All right. La la da di da. Okay, let me do the switch. Hello, everyone. It's Rap Raven, your host. Let me just press the magic switch button. Magic. Bam. Look at that. Betterment Broadcast show 85, it seems. Okay, very good. Very good. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to just fix this up. Give me 17 seconds to sort this out, please. All right, look at that. Read mode. Yeah, more space. So I was going to see more space. Yeah, all right. Let me just give me just all right, excellent. Cool, cool, cool. Now, where are we? We are going to let's go through the intro for everyone, shall we? As we have to do. So I'm your host, Rap Raven. This is the Black Betterment Broadcast, show 85, as you can see on the screen. Fantastic. So after much research, I've unfortunately concluded that currently black people are collectively inadequate. No, shame on us. No, it's never good. Yeah, okay, well, that's unfortunate for us, but we have to do something about that. So we're going to be having a debate show today, or at least a communication conversation show. So when we do, let's use the 4D values, please, which is discipline, dedication, dignity, and discernment. If you can use these four values when you're trying to find solutions for black people, I can guarantee it will improve from if you wasn't using it, that is. So yeah, why not try it? Why not try to be a bit dignity, bit discipline, bit dedication, a little bit of discernment. Oh yeah, very good. All right, cool. Now, can we not try to use any kind of derogative language if we can? Just descriptive languages is always good when we start talking today. Just constant reminder. Sometimes we forget, but we try to help people out because so we do. So we do. All right. So what is Black Betterment? I hear you say. Well, Black Betterment is black people helping black people on black issues for betterment. Yeah, that's right. This entire show is a lifestyle dedicated to teaching black people to help black people on black issues. And you think, why didn't you do that? Because unfortunately, black people have not been trained from youth to do this. We've been trained to help other people or everyone, and usually that leaves us at the bottom, unfortunately. But we're going to reverse that with the lifestyle of Black Betterment. That's right. So if we practice the lifestyle of Black Betterment, we'll be dedicated to helping black people and black issues because unfortunately we are collectively inadequate. Oh no, well let's do something about it. That's right. Okay, now we'll be playing some video. We've blackified some of the videos so the algorithms don't get messed up, whatever. But generally, copyright disclaimer under Section 107, the Copyright Act of 1976. Blah 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 blah. Copyright statute might otherwise be infringing. Blah 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 blah. Fair use. Good stuff. Okay, so we will be playing some videos, not ours. But we're trying to use it for like reviewing that kind of stuff. So it isn't our creative endeavors. No, sir. We didn't do that. Although we do have some creative videos that we will upload. Okay. Just so I can remind you, because I keep forgetting because I'm a bad guy, and that's what bad guys do. We forget. We have a dedicated Black Betterment Instagram page. Please, if you can, follow it. Now, I tried to actually pull it in the group, and I think I put some random links of a uncle gentleman, older uncle gentleman, not being comfortable amongst the LGBT community, which we found very entertaining. So one of the first links is actually a video to that, which I had tried to download, but I couldn't get it. But it's an interesting video. But the other ones that I've posted are actually Black Betterment Instagram. So please follow it. When we get a certain amount of followers, what we're going to do is we're going to do things like fantastic things like, promote black businesses, show you what the CEOs look like, what their family looks like. If there's certain kind of products out there, which ones to buy. We'll show you maybe black love stuff, always good, all that good stuff. Constructive stories, history stuff, books you should read maybe. All that good stuff. But we need to get a certain following. And also any promotion that we're going to do with this particular broadcast will be done through there as well. I'll be stopped promoting from my site, my page, and we'll go for a dedicated Black Betterment page because that makes more sense from a branding standpoint, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So please follow if you can. If you can't, shame on you. But if you can, no shame given. All right, cool. So, we're here. So, what is the topic today? The topic is, does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? strong thing there. And it was actually split into three. So, are the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children? Very strong statement. We have to unpack that. Not nice at all. And then finally, do black people enjoy mocking the history of black genocide? So, we try to put things in a way we don't, we withhold judgment for most things because we write things in a way that can start a debate not debate, sorry, a conversation where solutions are what we're gearing towards. So that's no different today. As some of you might know, there's a famous DJ, one of the oldest DJs, for European descent DJs who do hip hop in England, probably the first, if you put it that way. He's been going since, I want to say, the 70s. And unfortunately, for himself, there has been many cases pushed forward that I guess it's another Me Too movement, I guess. Another case put forward that this individual has been allegedly abusing young black women. That a lot of the word black women was flying around. So when the word black's flying around, I have to jump on it because obviously Betterment is black people improving and protecting black women is part of that. So yeah, I never actually met a gentleman. He is in the industry that I was in years ago, but I never really met him. I don't think I did. I think some of you guys met him. But I did hear one or two things, but I didn't know. But maybe you guys heard something. But once again, a person is innocent until proven guilty, unless we have evidence, unless people just know. So yeah, so we're going to be talking about that, I guess, and that will segue into abuse in general. And yeah, so let us, as you know, I've scoured the internet in my quick Google search for some stuff just to make it, a bit tasty. So let's play and see what we can see and say and say and see. And which one should I press? I should press. I'm going to say it's this one. Go!
Black British music.
Line, please.
Tim Westwood, the most influential hip-hop DJ in Europe, a powerful figure in...
Very important that European guy in Europe. Of course, he lives in Europe and he's in Europe. But one of the most probably influential hip-hop DJ, and hip-hop being the most popular form of music for the past 30 years. Take a give. So yeah, interesting thing there. Just to note.
Black British music.
Yo, it's Tim Westwood TV.
Black British music, very nice.
Up at Capital Extra.
This afternoon stepped down from his weekly Saturday night
Rather step down for some reason.
radio slot on Capital Extra after allegations he abused his position in the music industry to exploit women who accuse him of predatory sexual behaviour.
Never good. So what we have to do is definitely defend women from that kind of behaviour.
A spokesperson for Capital Extra's parent company Global said, following the claims that have recently come to light, Tim Westwood has stepped down from his show until further notice. Claims that have now led to several venues cancelling events he was due to DJ at.
He was pulling down my bottoms and my trousers.
Several women, all of them black, accused the...
Very good point there. They highlight all of them black. Very interested in that. We're going to have to unpack that.
Former BBC Radio 1 DJ of sexual misconduct in this BBC documentary last night. A joint investigation with the Guardian newspaper into claims that span 25 years.
These young women, women and who were young girls at the time, might not have felt comfortable speaking up because they were very acutely aware of the power that Tim Westwood had, and they didn't think that they'd be believed.
Some of those historical allegations date from his time as a DJ on BBC Radio 1 and BBC Radio 1 Extra. He left in 2013. But once again, the BBC is facing questions about serious allegations against a former employee. Questions raised with the head of the BBC today, Tim Davie, on an online media conference when he was asked if the corporation had ever received any complaints.
I've seen no evidence of complaints. We're very, very clear on culture, which is every complaint has to be taken seriously. I would never, if something like this were raised or anything comes up, we investigate it fully. And I would hope we were doing that in that time as well.
Tim Westwood strenuously denies all the allegations against him.
That's one report. Let's see one more.
YouTube.com/Tim Westwood TV.
Okay.
Tim Westwood, one of the most influential hip-hop DJs in Europe and one of the biggest names in the UK rap scene in 40 years.
So, the biggest name in UK rap scene, European gentleman. There you go.
Seen here on the left, his opinion able to make or break the careers of upcoming artists. Now the man who's commanded huge power in the music industry and huge influence in black communities stands accused of sexual misconduct by a number of women, all of them black.
All of them black.
This is predatory behaviour. I was 17
an abuse of power.
This was an assault.
7 women have spoken to the BBC and the Guardian newspaper, accusing the former BBC Radio 1 DJ of predatory and unwanted sexual behaviour. They were either teenagers or in their early 20s, but above the age of consent.
He starts touching me and removing stuff,
Is 17 above the age of consent in the UK? Probably. Is it 6? I don't know.
and I'm pulling it back. And he's,
Let me know.
you know,
Let me know if you're not please.
kissing me on the neck, and
I didn't give him any kind of come on. There was no flirtation.
Pamela said this happened after Tim Westwood invited her to London to do work experience at BBC Radio 1 and took her to his flat.
I'm in London alone with this guy who's a lot older.
Definitely want to make sure you're defending your daughters and sisters, especially if they're in any kind of creative industry. Also your children as well. There's a documentary called I forgot what it's called. It's something about the paedophilic nature in Hollywood, that is, but it also happens in England. But yeah, just definitely more so women and children. You want to be defending, of course, but also yourself. You know, funny things go on, but be very aware not to trust anyone just because you see them on TV.
Older than me. Now, if I try to get out of it, who's to say how he's going to react? So I just submit to it.
It is yet another controversy to batter the beleaguered BBC. After the Jimmy Savile sex abuse scandal, the Newsnight report that falsely implied the Tory peer Lord McAlpine was involved in child abuse.
16 looks like 16 is the age of consent. Does that mean a 16-year-old can marry a 64-year-old? Is that because I don't know how it works now? Let me know. I'm not too sure about that. If a 16 can marry a 64-year-old or a 61-year-old.
And most recently, the scandal over the Princess of Wales.
Or is it? I guess marriage and consent is two different things, I'm assuming.
Interview with Martin Bashir.
There are allegations which have been circulating for some time in various different forms. And whenever the BBC, I worked
Big up Christian and Sister She Reigns.
The BBC for 24 years. And so I know that it would have gone up to the very highest levels of editorial policy.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Tim Westwood said he strongly denies all allegations of inappropriate behaviour. In a career that has spanned 40 years, there have never been any complaints made against him, officially or unofficially, and that he strongly rejects all allegations of wrongdoing.
Sure he does.
Yet once again, questions are being raised about the BBC and whether it had received complaints about one of its most high-profile DJs and his alleged behaviour towards young black women. Sejal Karia, News at 10.
Yeah, we're good.
The BBC is...
This is our brother's thing. We can go into it. Do we? No. Oh, might come back to it. We'll come back to that one. So, first question: does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? I guess you have to let me know if this is yes or no. One thing, as I said there, all his victims were black, as you probably would imagine, and yeah, that's the thing. You let someone in, and who's watching them, or are they joining in? This is another thing we're going to have to work out. Because the next thing they're asking is, are the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and black children? A few months, maybe a year or a month, it's been some time. Sister Afro came on the show. For those who don't know, Sister Afro was running a campaign trying to protect young black women, women in general, and young women, of course. And she's trying to dig up travesties from the past where men were abusing women and got away with it, and the police didn't investigate it. And she started a campaign, and matter of fact, if you type in Afro Rose, I'll see if I can find a link at one point. Her show starts 1 hour or so, but it's probably still on now to me, so shame on me for overlapping. But definitely want to check out Afro Rose, a very good sister there trying to bring justice for black women. But let's do this like she said. Let's have a sneak peek on a boutique. She says names in there right now. This is all alleged and stuff. If it is alleged, I don't know. But let's have a sneak peek at this. Rewind.
Yes, blessed love family. So everybody's talking about Tim Westwood, aren't they? Everybody's on the bandwagon, jumping up and down, talking about Tim Westwood. Something that the community have known about for a very, very long time. But you've got people that are making commentary, people from our community, them that say they are about the community, okay? And many, many others that never usually talk about these things, jumping on the bandwagon, talking about Tim Westwood. But hold on a minute. Vincent Rat from Rat Security used to provide Westwood security. Yeah? The man them that I've called out were his security. And they were also his close protection. Certain people that I've already called out. So how is it that because it's a white man, all our brothers are jumping up and down, jumping all over it, talking as if they care about the sisters? The other thing, look, you know what, my brothers and sisters, join me tomorrow evening on Afua Speaks
which is now
Community Conversations, because we are more than going to chop this up. That man, Tim Westwood, whether he's guilty or not guilty, has been enabled by our community, by the brothers who do not want to speak out about black men, but they're all right to speak out about Tim Westwood. What is Tim Westwood's brand? He emulates black men and black music, and he's made a lot of money from it, more than most of the brothers in this country. Has he made money from it? And who enabled him to make this money? Who enabled him to treat black women and girls in the way that he did? He was emulating the man them around him. Rat Security was his security. Is nobody else joining the dots here? Because yes, we have known about him for a long time, just like we knew about Rat for a long time. All of these allegations are alleged in the same way that when the sisters came out and started talking about Vincent Rat, all we heard from black men was, where's your evidence? Where's your proof? He's not guilty until he's proven in a court of law. But yet everybody has a comment this week, today, about Tim Westwood. You see my point, brothers and sisters? We are our own worst enemies, and all them mandem that are jumping up and down, chatting then about Tim Westwood, shame on you, because you didn't have the balls to talk about it when it was the mandem in the community and the mandem from the end.
Are your brother or sister in the community and you're aware of abuse going on? Do you speak up? Do you try to protect the innocent? Let us know. Let us know. Sister Afua says she's had troubles with black men, calling out other black men. Is that an issue we need to tackle? We did tackle this topic a couple months back. Yeah, and it was quite shocking how some of the behavior of some of the brothers. Once again, the show highlights the collective inadequacies of black people. So it's something we have to work on. What is this? Westwood mimics the US black rap culture and sold it to the UK R&B rap and hip hop audience. We are to blame for being complicit in his dominance and rise to the claimed transatlantic black fishing empire. Yes, so there's two things. The one thing is obviously the abuse and protecting black women, which is obviously the primary. And then the secondary is allowing people in to do that. It wasn't too long ago. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs, so shame on me for talking. But there was, I think in the States, there was, a rapper called Yellow Wolf or something like this. And I think he's married to a black woman or a biracial woman, however they say it over there. And I think, he would use the N-word around her and some other rappers or whatever, like in a derogative way, but in any kind of way, generally, it seems to be off code and a no-no. But anyway, yeah, so that's thing. He's like a rapper who was signed to Eminem and Eminem another one, and and that kind of behavior going on. So this is the thing: black people are very kind to allow non-black people into their domain, and also support non-black people with our finance. But it's something that we need to really review. Something that this show tries to correct. But one of the first things you have to correct is actually protecting black women and children. You can't have a community that doesn't defend their own women and children. And I think we're probably the worst at it. Well, no, maybe not. But it definitely needs improvement. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are the worst at it. But this time we do want to talk about. So family, I've sent out the link. I think I have. Oh, yep, I have. I've sent a link. So feel free to jump into it. Let me switch back to the free topics. As you can see, it's there. Did I stop Sister Afua mid-flow as well? Let me just make sure I'm not doing that. I don't add back to I did.
Suddenly it's all about this guy Westwood.
There we go.
What do you think he's an easy touch? That's why you're not talking out. You're too selective. The cherry picking that goes on in our community, okay? And
is there cherry picking? I suspect there might be.
The double standard. That's what I want to talk about tomorrow. So
we'll be talking about here as well.
Friday, the 29th of April, on YouTube, Afua Speaks Community Conversations at 9 p.m.
Make sure you follow Sister Afua, please.
We're also going to be taking a look into this ridiculous cult that's been operating in North London and abusing women and girls. So we'll be talking about that, and definitely we'll be going over the Westwood situation, because I think the community needs to take a long, hard look at itself. That's what it needs to do. We witnessed, the crowd cheered him on not we, to be fair. Let me just clarify that, because I was never a fan of that man. I used to bun him at every single opportunity, and we were telling people at the time to boycott that man. How many years ago? Nobody was listening. Yeah? Call out Tim Westwood, but you don't want to call out his security, Vincent Ratt, who has got way more victims and had way more atrocities in the black community.
Doesn't know Sister Afro. What she does is she listens to the complaints and concerns of black women in the community, some modern time, some from a past time, and she highlights their stories and tries to get justice for women who have been abused in the community. You would assume, well, I would assume every single man who's accused denies it. So quite a few men have been charged, but so we always say alleged, but generally she tends to only operate once she gets a consensus of names saying the same story. And this is what she said on the show. So yeah, but either way, regardless of that, we want to thank Sister Afro for trying to protect black sisters, and this is something that we will hope that black men would ride together and contribute in. But no question.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgraceful. That's what it is. And we are.
What's your views on black men protecting black women and black children? Let us know if that's a good thing.
Going to talk about it, because right now.
Do you feel that in the community it could be done better, or is it doing fantastically good? Let us know, because if it's not doing better, we have to improve.
Nobody wants to make those connections, and nobody wants to actually speak the truth. These crowds watched and cheered as he used to dagger young black girls on the stage. Who were the people in the audience cheering him on? Shame on you, my people. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame on you. Everybody knew about Tim Westwood, yet nobody spoke out. I knew that he was loving to appropriate black men, but I had no idea, because I wasn't on that scene.
Yeah.
About what else.
So what we do, we'll put the link out there. Please jump in. Evening, brother. Evening to WIM. A very good contributor to Black Betterment. What we're going to do is, well, let's now jump back to the free topics. So, does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? This comes from the new news coming in about Tim Westwood, the DJ, a European DJ, a white DJ, born in England somewhere, and a lot of black women have come forward saying of years of abuse from the 90s till, I guess, as recent as a few years back. That's the first thing we show some videos of that. Then, are the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children? We looked at a video from Sister Afro, a very courageous woman who goes around and tries to find solutions and justice for black women who have been abused. Let me just make sure that's cool. Yeah, excellent. Who's been abused. So we support her definitely on that. And she's got a show currently running probably at the same time as this one, to be honest. So definitely type in Afro Rose on YouTube to find out more about that campaign. And then the final one is, do black people enjoy mocking the history of black genocide? Now, the reason this came out is because, as you know, in social media, there's always some kind of new trend, old trend that's coming in. And you tend to find that a lot of black men seem to be doing some of these self-defeating trends. However, there seems to be a new one that's popped up, and this is supported by black women. And like we said, we also studied the history of black men picking black women, and then non-black women, and then the insult trend, and then now we're finding that black women dating non-black men is on the rise. And let us have a sneak peek at some of the games they're playing. So I think this is it here. I could be wrong, but then I could be right. Let's press play. Play. Rewind.
Big Massa. Big Massa. Big Massa. Big Massa. Big Massa. Big Massa. Big Massa.
Right. So now the thing is, I don't really know the ins and outs of this. I'm assuming what it is. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, if someone knows, let me know. But anyways, it's black women with white husbands, a girlfriend, boyfriend, sorry, and they probably tell the boyfriend to hold them in a kind of way as they listen to a song, and then the song goes from some kind of song to identifying that the woman is being enslaved by her boyfriend. New trend that's coming in. It's something to, this kind of behavior, it doesn't correlate with betterment, and it shows that there's obviously a disconnect. One thing I was going to cover this week as well was, the importance of actually teaching Black betterment to kids, like Black betterment, Black empowerment, pro-Blackness, as a sense of self-pride. Also a history of the people group that tried to destroy Black people. Also a very important quote that's very necessary, that should be on your wall, is collectively Black people have no friends. Very, very true statement. That's very handy. But yeah, so obviously the European white guys in the video, I assume that they don't really know what's going to happen, or maybe they do. They're embarrassed. But what is happening now is it's almost like that. There's a boxer, a kickboxer, MMA guy, I think it was, and I can't remember what he did, but he was from New Zealand or something, but he wanted to really jump on some kind of what was he doing? He jumped on and said he's a Black guy, so he can speak on Black issues, and whatever he said just undermined Black progress. I can't remember because my memory's terrible, as it always has been. But looking at what we're seeing here today, this is something that I want to be aware of. Is this your daughter, your cousins? Are they doing this? Is this in the States at the moment? We've come over to the UK. A lot of things that are in the States usually jump over. We are seeing more divestment culture coming into the UK, and then probably around the world, all that stuff. Something to be aware of. Now, what I'm going to do is, where is he? Let's just find that lobby. Oh, I think it's this one. I think it's this. So, family, what is today's topic? We are talking about go back, please. Button. So, does the Black community co-sign Black non-abusers? Give me a yes or a no if you think we do or you don't. It would be interesting to know, just generally. I'll put the link in there as well for those who want to jump and have a little speak, a little chin wag, whatever. Just jump in if you like. But if not, just say, do we? First question: does the Black community co-sign non-Black abusers? Is Tim Westwood a Black making? Was it the Black people co-signing? Like going there, or is it he's part of an industry that he can be elevated up because it's run by non-Black people? Who knows? Let me know. So let's see what else we have in there. Do we have anything? What is this? Good stuff, good pictures. All right, cool. Let's go back. Now, what we're going to do, while you guys ponder whether you want to jump in and talk about this, just so to give you a bit more context, we did take a third video of a gentleman who goes into depth about some of the testimonies. So you can hear from him. Let's hear it now. Go!
On Tim Westwood, the exact platform that built him up. Now they have no more ties with him, they're ready to drop this documentary coming out on BBC 3. But listen, at least they didn't wait until a DJ was dead like Jimmy Savile and then start speaking on the situation. But Tim Westwood has had these things surfacing around his name for years. All you got to do is go into the Twitter archives and search anything about Tim Westwood and something will come up with a tweet with it. But just because this documentary is coming out does not mean criminal proceedings will be put against Tim Westwood at all. We just see with Noel Clarke that numerous women were speaking out against. So the article says DJ Tim Westwood is facing multiple allegations of sexual misconduct by women who say he abused his position in the music industry to exploit them. The 64-year-old is accused of predatory and unwanted sexual behavior and touching in an instance between 1992 and 2017. The BBC and The Guardian have heard detailed accounts from 7 women in a joint investigation into the former BBC Radio 1 DJ. Tim Westwood denies these allegations against him. DJs used to have a lot more power than they do now. Nowadays, barely any DJs get the recognition as what they used to, because back in the day it was all people listened to is a DJ's opinion or DJ's music that they put up on their show. Nowadays there's so many voices from all different directions, people barely even tune in to the radio. I only say that because a lot of the younger generation will not realize the amount of power DJs had back in the day and how much people had to bum lick them and become friends with them to even get their music played. And Tim Westwood definitely had some power, being one of the main DJs, if not the biggest, at BBC at them times.
And when I got there, he was in a car. It's an assumption, a complete assumption I've made that we're going somewhere to talk about the music. So I don't ask where we're going. And then the next thing, he's undone his trousers. He actually tapped me to turn around and look at the fact that he's exposing himself. So I've looked and I've seen and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. like, oh my God.
The girl we just played, Isabel, put together a mixtape of unreleased work that included her contact details inside the CD case. Her best friend and her stepmom were
many artists out there, young, want to get signed, and they find themselves in these kind of compromised positions. Definitely want to have chaperones and managers and family who walk around with them. If the whole Me Too things, this is how people pray, whatever. You also find that if they do that, they probably won't get as much attention. But that's what it is. Definitely want to do something. Also, we want to listen to some of these stories, because some of these women, it seems very unfortunate that they'll say things like, they didn't want to do anything with the person, but they end up doing it for, whatever reasons. And that could probably work against them. So we definitely want to let women know that no means no. If they don't want to, they don't have to. Something that you should be really trained, in all people, really. Just so they know.
Went to the nightclub with her, and they managed to hand the CD to Westwood, and Isabel says the DJ, then aged 53, called her the next day, and the two arranged to meet in London. Her family and friends shared her excitement. We were thinking that this is a really good lead at this point. She says he wants to act on it quickly. Within days, she was on a train to London for an afternoon meeting. Isabel says the plan was to meet at Nighttown on Oxford Street near BBC Radio 1 studios. She says Westwood was waiting there in a huge American-style car. Isabel assumed they was going to talk about music over coffee or a drink, a point she wishes she clarified.
Yep, definitely want to clarify when you meet with anyone in the industry, guys. You want to definitely know where you're going, and also try to lead it, maybe try to meet people in public places, restaurants, that kind of thing, Costa or a black-owned business, that kind of stuff.
I don't ask where we're going, and at this point we start driving. She recalls. But she says her discomfort grew as she realised they were heading out of central London. This is where I'm like, oh God, where are we going? What's happening? She says the conversation dried up to the point it was almost menacingly silent. She alleges at one point in the journey, the DJ tapped her arm to get her to turn and see that he'd undone his trousers and exposed his genitals. I've looked and I've seen, and I'm like, oh.
Just hearing this, met Westwood in 2000. This is this is called African Princess, Empress, sorry, and one. Just hearing this, met Westwood in 2000. Nothing spoken but music. I wouldn't have it any other way. That's with any and all peoples, including me, the person lays peace. There you go. Did you meet him when you were alone? Did you have a chaperone?
No, oh my God. Don't say anything, I don't look. And I'm hoping that's enough for him to just not. Isabel says she felt completely powerless and very, very scared. She says they eventually arrived at what she believes was Westwood's flat. She remembers it being filled with lots of records, and she says she was led into a room where she refused an offer of.
Please, everyone, if you can, like the video. I think it does something. Can't tell you what, but do that. Also, we do have an Instagram page, so please, Black Betterment Broadcast on Instagram. Follow us. When we get a certain amount of followers, we shall be promoting more stuff on that. Oh yeah.
Drink. He leaves the room, then he comes back completely naked. She alleges. That's when I noticed he had a condom on and removed it from the wrapper and started putting it on.
So this kind of behavior, very, very graphic there. But you definitely want to, women, if you do not want to do anything with anyone, you can leave. This is something we want to be teaching our sisters and daughters and nieces and this kind of stuff. You don't have to stand around to be with older men who you don't want to be intimate with, especially if you're only there for music.
Isabel says she recognized the condom packet. It had the DJ's face on one side, part of a campaign Westwood did with Durex. I remember that because that's when my brain started to shut down. Isabel describes sitting on a chair frozen in fear. She says Westwood held her shoulders and turned her around. I knew what was going to happen at this point, so I'm just like, oh my God. And I remember being hunched up, holding on to the back of a chair, like scared. He almost like tapped me on the back of my leg as if he wanted me to move my leg, which I didn't do, and he sort of did it. Westwood then penetrated her. She says after he finished, she quickly got dressed and sat waiting to leave. She says the DJ seemed annoyed and she asked for a lift to the station. Isabel recalls going over the experience in what felt like a really long journey back north. I just remember feeling so deflated, so sad, feeling.
A lot of these women seem to be out of London and they're traveling to me. I don't know how that situation ended up.
Really ashamed of myself and bad. She says the encounter led to her dropping out of her studies and her music career. Isabel's mum told the BBC the whole family had been excited about Isabel's chance at a breakthrough, but she instinctively knew that something bad happened when Isabel got home and wouldn't talk about the meeting. But she says that after she heard Isabel's account, she felt guilt for the situation and says she cried when Isabel disclosed that her silence was in part over worries her family would be disappointed with her. Another victim, Pamela, story echoes Isabel's. She was just 20 when she met Westwood through friends. It was 2000 and she was working with young people who wanted to break into the music industry. She says that the DJ invited her to do work experience with him at BBC One. She says the DJ in his 40s at the time.
Those who know, we're looking at does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? We listened to some testimonies of black women who have been allegedly abused by Tim Westwood, the DJ from the white DJ. And we listened to them. There has been rumors that people have mentioned for years that something was, uneasy. But no one has put forward. And we also segue into the concept of the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children. And that comes from, we watch a video of Sister Afua complaining that, many men are going to jump on and start giving Westwood, a very strong verbal bashing, but not too much towards black men who might do the same thing. So, something we have to think about, something we have to correct.
Reassured her stern Jamaican mother on the phone that her daughter would be okay heading to London, travelled by train from the Midlands, and says Westwood picked her up in a huge American-style car. She says as they drove, he kept stroking her leg and touching her face. She kept battering away his hand. She says he wasn't concentrating on the road and was swerving so much that a police officer on a motorbike pulled up beside him and knocked on the passenger window. Pamela says Westwood apologised and was told to keep his eyes on the road. Pamela assured she'd be staying in a hotel as part of the work experience, but says the DJ instead drove her to his apartment, where she remembers the records and the trainers and the oversized clothes everywhere. She says that at one point he began trying to kiss her neck and removing her clothing, and I didn't give him any kind of come on. There was no flirtation, she says. If you're trying to actively touch me and I'm pushing your hand away, that means I don't want to do anything with you. If you're trying to remove an item of clothing and I put it back on, that means I don't want it to be gone. And if I'm showing you I'm uncomfortable, why would you just not stop doing it? She says she remembers thinking she couldn't get out of the situation. I'm in London alone with this man. Now, if I try and get out of this, who's to say how he's going to react? So I just submit. Pamela says she went home as soon as she could, and she describes the encounter as traumatic and disgusting. The work experience Westwood offered didn't take place. We asked the BBC whether there was any monitoring of any work experience scheme that took place, and he did not provide an answer to this question. Pamela later spoke to a friend who works in the music industry about her experience, and Pamela is critical of the BBC and other organisations for their celebrity status Westwood's position afforded him over the years, a position she believes was abused. I would describe it as abuse of power because who are they going to believe, the little girl from the Midlands or this big shiny star from London? He's on national radio, international. Another victim, Tamara, spent her time in and out of the studios recording music as well. As enjoying London's nightlife, meeting other artists. One time she had seen him around Westwood, who was then in his mid-30s, and suggested they should meet up. She was 17 at the time and believed that the meeting was to talk about her career. She says at the time the DJ had absolute power. He picked her up and after stopping briefly at a radio station, he took her to his flat. According to her, he started to take down her trousers and underwear, then he began to go down on her. There was no talking, there was no kind of communication.
Sorry, guys. I think I stopped the thing a minute there to explain, but I muted it. I think I did. Shame on me. Yeah, what I was saying, I think the question was how old was the women? They range from 17 to early 20s. And what did I say before? I'm sure my memory won't let me down. I was saying, I can't remember what I was saying, but that was a question that was asked.
It was just before I knew it, that's what was happening.
Yep, stream has frozen. Nope, that was me being a complete amateur there.
Tamara says that at first she tried to push his head or shoulders away, but he just continued. And then I just realized I'm in a position where it's already gone too far. I'm in a place, I'm already far from home. I wouldn't know how to get home. I was manipulated into that situation. I was led to believe one thing when he had something else.
But yes, if ever you hear frozen and no speaking, assume it's me messing up. But also let us know in the forum. Very handy, very helpful indeed.
mine. Working in the same industry, she says their paths continue to cross. She says Westwood had sex with her several times over the next few years before she cut off their encounters. I think it was almost...
That's another thing there. This particular lady, it seems like she didn't want to be with him, but she's still engaged with him. So this might work against her, I'm assuming. So things just to be wary of. We were saying that some women will feel intimidated and they will go along with what was implied for them. And one of the training we want to do is make sure we let all the young women know that they don't have to be with anyone they don't want to be with, especially if they're not there for that. But also continuing to see the person past the point will work against you. So just remember that.
It's implied by him that, okay, because we'd had the first encounter, I'll be up for the next encounter. And being young and not having the strength and courage to just say, look, no, I don't feel right about this because I don't feel right about it. It just happened. Tomorrow, watch the BBC's Music Dirty Secrets documentary in 2021 and contacted the producers, asking them to start investigating the DJ. 4 further women have told the BBC about their experiences with the DJ as they posed for photos at events with him. Farah says she was introduced to...
Question, I don't understand that how you still engaging with Tim Westwood for 7 years after. This is something that we saw, I think, in some other cases outside, some other Me Too cases. Not that this is a Me Too case, but I suspect it might be considered that. But yeah, this frequently visiting the person, you definitely want to report any incidents that you feel, and also you can say no, but we understand women are young and inexperienced, and a lot of them use the word scared, which we should believe.
Westwood in 2000 at an after party. She says he put his hands down her top and grabbed her breast while they were gathered for a group photograph. I felt cold and dirty.
Unfortunately, with some of these kind of people, when they become successful, they probably get away with so much that it becomes normal. And for they might randomly touch 50 people. I'm just throwing a number out. Let's say 10 people, and maybe of the 10 people, 6 of them don't mind, but obviously 4 of them do, and that's where you have problems. Yeah, you have problems with generous doing it, but this is what it is. It's the culture of getting away with that kind of stuff.
I felt humiliated, embarrassed that I'd done something wrong, she says. The BBC spoke to her friend who recalled her telling her years ago about the incident. Another woman, Claire, described meeting Westwood at a club in Ayia Napa, Cyprus in 2009, and she recalls he said, "Let me grab some arse," and she said a friend posed for a photograph of him before the DJ put his hand around the back of her denim shorts. She says she froze and felt very intimidated by the experience. A third told the BBC she was a huge fan of Westwood's BBC One Extra show, and as she went to an event where he was DJing in Essex. Also in 2009, aged 19, she describes feeling his hand snake down her back before he grabbed her bottom while they posed for a picture. I felt his hand go back up and stopped at my neck, and do you know, in that moment, I was kind of frozen.
Oh dear. Let's read some of the comments. What we have for. It's interesting that men who have all this money, fame, and power would even need to do this to get women, when ordinary people would think women would throw themselves at them. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, this might be a contributing factor of the problem, where maybe men get women's attention so readily available that the normal decorum that men are meant to show around women loses, and the expectation is that they can get any woman they want, and everything is above board and legal. It's one of the problems we have. Let's see what else we have. What do we have? BBC just mad because Tim Westwood, where are we? Moved up again. Westwood cursed them out when they sacked him. Don't know what that means. Yes, but Tim Westwood is creepy. Even homeless women wouldn't. Okay, this name calling, cool. I get it. And it's all about power, and these court women are nobody to say they'll listen to them. All right. Yeah. Oh dear. Let's press play again.
Nyla was in university when she met Westwood at a New Year's Day event in 2017. She told the BBC, she says he described her as the pengiest girl in the rave during his DJ set. Then later, while she and her friend recorded a Snapchat video with him, she says he put his hand upside the back of her skirt. She says she was shocked and felt objectified.
Seems to be a pattern. Once again, something that probably happens very frequently. and only a certain percentage might complain if at all.
She's a DJ managed to
Could be wrong though.
find her Snapchat contact and called her the next day to ask her to hang out, but she didn't meet up with him. The BBC has seen the Snapchat footage and the images the women say were taken during the encounters.
Yeah.
None of the women the BBC spoke to have reported their interactions to the police. Some say they're speaking about their experiences in the hope it encourages others to come forward and leads to the DJ being held accountable for his behaviour. It makes it feel like that it wasn't for completely nothing, Isabel says about coming forward. Like, I don't just have this trauma scar for no reason, there's a purpose for other people to not have to experience.
Right, so what is the solution to this kind of behavior then? This is the thing, community, what do we do? What is to be done about this? You know, it's interesting because when you try to find a solution to something, you know, if we can break it down to the dynamics of man and woman, you never want to see like you're preaching to the woman, but you know, you always want to start with the issue, which is the man, but then you want to make the women be aware of the shortcoming of the situation, and that in the process of trying to fix it, the danger is still there. So, what example? What do I mean? What example can I give? So, for example, when women leave a club, you will never tell a woman, you know, a woman, you should be free to go anywhere when you walk from a club, but there might be a dark alley, and people should be able to go down any alley, you know, because, you know, if they can walk down it, why not? But unfortunately, you can't see in a dark alley, and might be some dangers down there. And, you know, people who want to do dangerous things might want to hide in the dark. So you let them know that we're going to put lights in the dark alley. We're going to try to put people, you know, station there to make sure women are safe, and we're going to be building towards that. But in the meantime, you do not go down dark alley. So how does that work in the context of a community building back Betterment? Well, we have training lessons on towards men, on how to treat women and how to look out for women. And at the same time, we train the young black women of expectation to let us know when they're going to meet men, or when they're going to meet, you know, any kind of man for any kind of business venture, so they say. Also, certain rules that never meet a person alone. If they want you to meet alone, you go somewhere else. So you cancel me in, and you try to meet an open place, you know, a black restaurant or a restaurant or like that. So yeah, these are the kind of things, you know. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some ideas from the community of how best to protect women. Let me remove that thing there. Remove button. You know, allegations called misconduct, and it's okay. Yep. Well, the thing is, we don't know the some of them are the hard R. But yeah, so does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? You know, this would be definitely within the hip hop area from the UK. This would be. Is there any others? Is there any other things that, you know, any other similar things? We do know that, you know, what's his name? DJ brother, he used to wrestle. Jimmy. I've actually met him. Fair enough. I've actually met him. Jimmy Savile. You know, he died, and people, you know, and then people found out. Although people did say many people knew, and that's the thing, many people do know. And this is what we segue into what Sister Afro was saying was, you know, everyone's jumping on Tim Westwood now, but there's black men in the community who have tried to call out, who many of you know, but there was no support. So why do you think that is? Obviously, some people don't want to speak out against men with violent histories and stuff. You know, potentially if they are actually the ones who committed the act. But then, as a community, what do we want to stand by? You know, what is to be done? Yep, the BBC knew about Jimmy. Yep, they did, and that's the thing. Did the if Tim Westwood was doing this behavioural practice, was it known by the BBC? I definitely heard something about perversion. I remember hearing, you know, I was around the music industry back in the early 2000s, doing shows and giving out CDs and engineering songs and mastering music and that kind of stuff. That was in the early 2000s, many moons ago. And yeah, I don't think I ever met him, but I did hear about young women and stuff. So yeah, you know, I've heard, but you know, you hear a lot of things, but now it's all coming out. So we have to wait and see. But if there's anyone out there, if they're on story, let us know. You know, what is the primary? Is the primary to protect black women? I think it should be. Are we doing it? Probably not as best as we could do. So what is to be done? You know, what is to be done? Unfortunately, you know, we do want a stand up and be counterculture. We want to see men stand up and that's another thing. Maybe protecting. I'm just trying to think of I'm looking at some of the, because as you know, for the Black Betterment Broadcast, we tried to create. Is it here? Let me check it. Things, and I wonder how does that? Is it black protection? We got a black defense, so that could have goes on the black defense. That's defense of black women and children. You know, we have the Black Betterment Blueprint here: black love, black economics, black defense. So that would include protecting black women and children, black health, black ownership, black ownership. That will bleed into not allowing people to come in and own media concepts, business concepts that originate in the black community or benefit the black community, or is funded by the black community, or is mainly paid for by the black community. That ownership is very important. Black ownership, very important blueprint there. Black centeredness, just so you know, family, I shall post a link one more time. As you know, I mean, the time goes by really fast. I mean, how does it go back so far? It's like it's almost an hour. Like, really? But yeah, as you know, this show it's a 1 hour show, but we extend to 2 hours with people jump on, and potentially 3 if it gets really juicy. If you have an opinion, jump in. I think that that is a link. There you go. Yeah, jump in. Give us your opinion about the 3 topics. We're just looking through some of the stuff here. What is a better use of energy and time? Okay, I'm just looking for some of these notes we've got in it to see if there's any fantastic stuff to cover. Let's see. No. All good stuff. All right, cool. We're good. We can go back to the thing. Okay, cool. Nothing new in there. Picture of nice black people there. That was good to see. What should black men do to make? Okay, I guess this massive. This once again, there's always some slide that benefits what we're talking about, because the problems keep reoccurring. Here we go. What should black men do to make black women feel more protected and defended? So, look at that. Amazing. This is an old statement that's still relevant to this show. So, this question out there, and I guess this is more so for black women out there. What should black men do to make black women feel more protected and defended? Let us know while we read. I think the big part of the issue that Tim Westwood was particularly solely responsible for helping spread of our urban scene, also known as black music. Maybe that's why he wasn't called out. That's another thing, a new angle, like because someone was doing something that was deemed as valuable, they wouldn't give him blinds, they'll give in backdoor escape, so just look the other ways. That could also segue into a lot of the black men who might have used, something we have to think about. I did try to actually download Sister Afro's show, but probably didn't get it. Let me hear that. Open that. Press play. Nope. Hold on. Nah, that's not the thing, is it? Well, I forget that then. Where are we? There we go. Funny technology. Didn't we get shot for violating black culture and black females? I don't know. It's true that Tim Wilson was actually shot one time, a drive-by on a bike or something like this, in the arm, something like this. But I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what dealings he was getting into. But what is to be done, family? What is to be done? What is to be done? What is to be done? One thing we were saying is, definitely anytime, more so in the creative fields, we have a lot of young people who want to be stars, actors, musicians, sport people, whatever. And, they will go on trains alone to meet certain people. You definitely want to support them. I used to run a sound, I used to run a studio many, many years ago, back when the world was in black and white. And, I used to have some women on the label I was running. And, we'd always send people to go with them to talk to other producers or engineers or whatever. A lot of the stories, unfortunately, a lot of the stories of the women was, especially the ones who were deemed attractive. A lot of the men would use studio and producing and this kind of stuff to lure them in, whatever. So we would send men to go with them. Yeah, So we did. Very effective. Yesterday. And then we go, but look at Bill Cosby. Interesting one, Bill Cosby. Something we should unpack. Pardon me, please. Maybe the question should be, if we don't have ownership, can there be any gatekeeping and protection? Very good question. So if we don't own anything, who is actually letting someone in? Tim Westwood, I guess we can break it down into 2 parts, can't we? We can say that Tim Westwood One was popular in the black community because he was playing black music and this kind of stuff, especially since the. You know what I should do? Let me see if I can find something. Hold on. While I do that, was there one thing? Let's look at the thing one more time. I want to find something. One more time.
Big Mouth.
So for those of you who've just logged in, we're looking at two things. One of the final questions is: do black people enjoy mocking? Let me put this on another side now. Come on. Do black people enjoy mocking black genocide? And what we're doing, we're showing a new trend that's happening in the States, I'm assuming at the moment. And we have to definitely make sure it doesn't leave the States and it gets fixed over there. We're going to offer assistance to make sure that's going on. I am still recording. Hello. Does it cut? Does it cut when I go to another screen? Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think no, it doesn't. Which is good. Excellent technology. So there's a trend that's going on where black women, young black women, they look very young to be honest, and they have white boyfriends. And what they're doing, they're trying to trick their white boyfriends into admitting they're slaves, slave masters. Let me use the term enslavers. Let's have a sneak peek of that.
Hey, who you with? Big Mouth Massa. 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 Who you with?
Not good. If you've never seen that before, that's what's the current trend at the moment. Meanwhile, I'm trying to download something. Let's see if I can do that with the killer speed of a millipede. Download. Hopefully, it's so compressed that it goes in 17 seconds. All right, let's go back. Let's jump back to Joy. So for the family, once again, we are 2 minutes to technically the end of the show. If we don't have any people who want to speak and give their opinions on the topic of does black community co-sign non-black abusers? Yes or no? There we go. And next one is, are the black community lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children? We definitely want to hear your opinion. And the video we just saw then is do black people enjoy mocking the history of black genocide? And we just showed a video there of young black women, trying to make their, I assume, boyfriends come across as enslavers. Maybe some kind of role play. We did cover this before. Like, I think it was 2 weeks ago. There was rappers who would fantasize about being whipped by white women and the white women's husbands. There's a lot of the thing is, as you can see with black people, when we start the show, we say black people are collectively inadequate. It's become, I guess you could say, culturalized, where it's just normal behavior, where you can just mock certain kind of, like, I guess genocidal, if that is a word, things. And because this is something that we have to be aware of and obviously try to reverse. Black Betterment, we have black pride and black dignity that we have to definitely put forward. Truth is, if our creation of identity, then we should have more higher negotiation levels at any and all tables. Right, let me see if that's done. Oh, that's quite far. So this is the new trend. So definitely want to step down that trend. Don't want that to carry on. It wasn't too long ago they were talking about. Let me see. Who remembers if it was? Who remembers what it was? Let me. Wait. Give me 14 seconds. 14 seconds. All right, you're gonna let me play something so you're not hearing nothing. Shame on me because people finished the show. They hear the Sister Afro one more time about Tim Westwood for those who come in. So this is Sister Afro for those who are new. Sister Afro, what she does is she protects black women, especially those in the past who have been abused by black men and no justice has been achieved. She has a show called Afro Rose. Type that on YouTube and go follow her. And she's talking about, yes, Westwood people jump on the bandwagon, but are you also talking about the black men who do it? So we definitely want to fix any issues with black men who are harming black women, have them come to justice and have them correct this behavior. It isn't good. Press play.
Yes, blessed love family. So everybody's talking about Tim Westwood, aren't they? Westwood. Everybody's on the bandwagon, jumping up and down, talking about Tim Westwood. Something that the community have known about for a very, very long time. But you've got people that are making commentary, people from our community, them that say they are about the community, okay, and many others that never usually talk about these things, jumping on the bandwagon talking about Tim Westwood. But hold on a minute. Vincent Rat from Rat Security used to provide Westwood security. Yeah?
It's so wrong.
Sorry, I had to interrupt that because when you upload something, it jumps in. So that's like we're showing you in the current trend of black women wanting to feel may have their boyfriends enslave them in some kind of social game. We watched this 2 weeks ago of some of the rappers doing similar
I'm gonna
stuff.
tell you right now, I've never talked about this.
Ah, shit. Dun, dun, dun.
I like to be like a runaway slave.
Okay, no.
Man, oh shit. Oh my God.
I like to play like a runaway slave.
Okay.
I like to play like a disso.
It's very different because what you're having here is you have black. Well, first you have the first step that black people are engaging with non-black people, which happens a lot, and you know, all the other challenges that might come with that, like racist parents, clash of cultures, not fixing your community before you move to another one, all this kind of stuff, which happens. But then there's the next one where they have inner feelings of this kind of behavior. So first they have the feelings, which is there. Then they express it to their partners, their feelings. And then after expressing it, they practice these things they want to do. And that's something that, you know, we wouldn't really know what goes on behind closed walls, would we? But like I said, with black people being collective inadequate, there's almost like a prideful point system of how low can you go when expressing your attraction to self-harm and self-genocide, this kind of stuff. And that's what we're seeing here. Like, you know, this isn't really shocking. This is just something that someone wants to do. And that's another thing why we should try to educate rappers and anyone generally about black history and also black betterment and how to be valuable.
Obedient slave with a white woman.
So tell me like what you say. Yes, master. I'm sorry.
It's two of them. Like it's like me getting whooped, right?
You get whooped?
It's like I play like you whipping, but most of them don't want to play like that. This
Yeah, I was gonna say what white woman goes along with it.
So what we notice in here, what we see similarities between this and the black one is the white men in the other videos. You would assume by their face and the way the social media reacts, whatever, they don't know that it's happening, and I guess some would object because obviously the backlash would be quite great to try to play an enslaver to a woman, a black woman or a black man.
They don't want to play like that. They don't.
Okay.
This is my. It's like.
So that's another thing. Maybe we should do a show on the techniques of raising children. Like what, like you know, what should you like? That's the question. Do you raise your children, nephews, and nieces to love black people, to love, to be pro-black, to practice black love, to practice black economics? Obviously children at that point no, but do you read them about history? Do you tell them that you know, the good guys, black people, were enslaved by the enslavers at that time, the bad people, white people, and you know, and unfortunately no justice has been achieved since, and black people are still picking up the pieces from those challenges, and many black people are unaware of the challenges, hence why you have brothers like this on this show talking about his enjoyment for a role play of enslavement. These trends make us look differently at. These trends make me look differently as to how slavery started. Maybe a lot of our people wanted to be sold into slavery. No. No. So the thing is, we're so far removed. What you need to do is, and maybe we'll cover that as well. We need to read the journals and the testimonies, record testimonies of the enslaved, the ancestors who were enslaved. You wouldn't ever look at that situation and want that for yourself. There is no scenario where that will be appealing. What's happened now is people have now got houses, cars, and eat food, whatever, and they find themselves in lands that they probably would have been in, take or give, if it wasn't for enslavement. And then they look at where people say the enslaved people came from, and those places have since been colonized and infighting and bad governments and this kind of stuff. And they look and they go, you know what? Well, thank goodness I'm here now, because had I been there, I'll be suffering. And you know, and then once again, it's that catch-22 where you then start looking at the people group who enslaved you as actually, your saviors. Kind of like the whole Jesus thing, right? And it happens a lot. And this is what we're dealing with whenever we're trying to galvanize black people to do better. We will always struggle because in the mind of many black people is that white savior complex. You see, the white people can do no wrong, and this is what we're dealing with. And we're dealing with it. Do link said stream ended. Oh, hold on. Hello, hold on. Do link stream ended. Are you sure why? Maybe reason why it jumped on. Oh, really? Oh, hold on. Wait. And let me try something. Maybe you know what? Guys. I think I hope I haven't. I hope for my sake, because then because I've wasted so many time. Shame on me twice, guys. Can you jump? You don't have to speak. Can someone jump on this to see if this link works? I've probably been given the old link because I'm. Oh, you know what? This is. Yeah, look at that. I've been given the old link out. Shame on me twice. That is a schoolboy error. Thanks for letting me know, family. This is the true new just for you link. The other one was, I think, last week's show, maybe 20 years ago. I don't even know, because the way this system is coming up, it's like, what's going on? Sorry, family. Let me now go back to, because I was going to actually, like a very silly man, end the show. I've put the link out there, everyone. New link. There we go. So the questions that we're asking is, does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? Are the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children? Or do black people enjoy mocking the history of black genocide? Family who listen, you're welcome to jump in and have your conversation on any one of those. I think, like an amateur, I was given the wrong link. So you've probably jumped to the portal into another dimension, which has nothing to do with black Batman. 1,000 shames on me. But yet, now's your time. We have 1 hour left if you jump in. If you don't jump in, we unfortunately, that is the conclusion. I'll give a few minutes, blah, 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 blah. I'll give a few minutes. While I'm talking to you, talking good stuff, let me see if that thing downloaded. It did. So feel free to jump in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag that to the new place. So let me drag this here. New window. Yep. Let's see if we can find it. So, yeah. So, hold on. 17 seconds. Didn't count with me. Show. What show? I think we're 85th show today. Yep. Looks like we are the 85th show, which is all good. Good. Let's drag that new video in there. This is a random video, whatever. This is for those who don't. Oh, no. This drag button's terrible. There you go. So feel free. There we go. Let's welcome Empress Kushti to the show. So I'm just gonna upload this. Welcome. Welcome.
That's up, right?
Right. Very important. It's good those to have the woman energy. Let me go back up on this. And you don't have to answer questions you don't want, especially if you don't know, you don't want to know. But it's good to get your opinions on the question of, does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? And are the black community too lenient towards black men who abuse black women and children? And of course, you could also comment on the black people enjoying mocking the history of black genocide. Any opinion on that so far, sister?
Yeah, I think these are really good topics. And I like the questions behind them as well. Especially the first one, does the black community co-sign non-black abusers? That's very interesting, that one. It's quite a deep question because I think, as Afua put it out, because that's kind of her frustration, is the lack of effort that she's seeing, and then all of a sudden everyone just sprang to jump on this because I feel like it's just that whole same frustration when you feel like something's a fad or fake or just for trend. Because it just seems easier to attack the, I don't know what, in his 60s now, year old washed up guy, and say you're for black women than when it's a bit more closer to home. And I think that people are seeing that hypocrisy now, and I think that's just filtering down. I think it's, especially recently with all of the stuff that has been going on within the community, it's so interesting to see what gets ignored by certain channels and what gets highlighted. And it's always something to justify their argument and not really something else where perhaps whatever they're trying to defend has done something wrong, they even stand on their square and say, look, you know, this was wrong. They'll just ignore it, you know, even if it was trending. Or so I feel that this is the same case, that people are very selective in, you know, their hysteria, and when they start feeling strong and righteous about something. So she does have a point there, but then what about these sisters who actually did get, you know, I know it's allegedly right now, but I think, again, no one's really surprised in hearing this, especially if you're at a certain age. He used to go to a lot of events and things like that, and used to act like he was doing things for the community and things like that. So he's always had that kind of aura about him, or you don't have to go far to hear a story or someone. I just don't think people were surprised about him.
No.
So what happens now to these sisters, you know, if you don't act on it? So it's like a catch-22, you know?
Yeah, no, I hear that. And unfortunately, with some of the sisters who gave the testimonies, some of them were frequently visiting him. So in any attempt to get, I guess, any kind of justice pushed forward, they'll probably use that against them if in that kind of confusion state. 100% Kushti, people like to only talk about topics that confirm their talking points. Anything else is ignored. That's from Brother WIM. Yeah, feel free to jump on anyone who's in the forum. Yeah, this is the thing. Sister Afua has a lot of problems trying to get, you know, a collective of men to stand up and speak openly for Black women. A lot of the things that Black men say, and we can unpack that, because, you know, there is truth to certain angles, in the sense of, you know, we don't want to condemn an innocent person, and we do want the evidence to come out and stuff. However, you do see different energy with different kinds of communities, different people, and I think sometimes that might be used as an excuse. I think
absolutely, because where's the evidence of Tim Westwood? What's the difference with the evidence now, where not just one, but selective women have pointed out similar things that's happened to them during different times? But they're happy to jump on that as exactly the same as somebody else that they would defend, that say, well, you know, you have no evidence, you just got their testimony. Well, it's the same thing here, but you're happy to jump on it this way.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think, especially this day and age, you can't just keep assuming that people, just because people might not necessarily say things out loud, doesn't mean that they're not looking at the hypocrisy, you know?
Yeah.
And feeling that and seeing it consistently, because I think one of the benefits that we have in this time right now is that the pattern has happened way too many times now. It's not like we're in the beginning of Windrush, or like in America, it's the beginning of the Civil War, or do you know what I mean? We're in 2022. A lot of these things are just patterns at this point. Do you know what I mean, bro? And we're still falling for it. So it's like, at this point, I think like this generation is just kind of like, we've seen this before. Do you know what I mean? Like you're hyping up on Westwood, but your silence was actually more deafening when this happened.
Yeah.
You know?
For those who don't know, Sister Afua did a march for justice for women, and yeah, she wasn't best pleased with the turnout of men at that point. It's something we have to review.
I think it needs to be like spoke to real about it. That's why I feel that, you know, it could have been so easy for you to have just done, you know, Tim Westwood did this, let's talk about it, and you know, we could have gone through that angle. But to delve in deeper and just say that, like, hold on, you know, really think about it and assess, okay, at this point, is it kind of, you know, does this look like hypocrisy, or why is there just a shift in energy here, but we didn't see this 2-3 weeks ago, 2-3 months ago? You know, and that's something that we do. Like she says, as a community, that is on us. There's no white man influence. I mean, if you want to look at mentality, yes, we know where that mentality springs from. But again, how long can this argument last when we've seen what this does? You know, and I think it's time where we just have to just a lot of stuff can't pass by no more, because if we're feeling like this now, our young uns that are growing up, they're just going to be, you know, they're not going to hear anything we've got to say at all. You know, we won't have a leg to stand on.
Welcome, brother WIM to the broadcast.
Yeah, evening, Raven, and evening, Kushti. Hope you are both doing well this evening. But yeah, no, I do agree with what the sister was saying about hypocrisy. It's definitely blatant, and a lot of it's just hopping on trends. If it's okay and fashionable to do something, they'll now hop on it, as opposed to when it was said years ago. One question I was going to ask is, do you think, because Tim Westwood clearly targeted black women, black girls, do you think he was able to do that because of his standing in the black community, as opposed to he couldn't really target white girls because his standing in their community isn't as higher up? Does that make sense?
Interesting point. Well, there's many ways you can look at it. So, funny enough, as you're saying that, we can actually. Let me keep talking. I'm just going to.
I'm not just because I mentioned in the chat. You have for me, it's dynamics of power. So you've had Jimmy Savile, you've had other scenarios of that. But I'm just thinking he targeted black girls because he's in that industry. So was it a fact of he thought he could do that because his position was he was the guy in the black community for a long, long time? So a lot of black men and women were like, you know, it's Tim Westwood. Whereas had it have been a white girl, Tim Westwood to the white people isn't the same as Tim Westwood to us. You see what I mean? So I don't know.
What I've done. So family, we're going to talk as documentary is videos played in the background. This is I think it's either a hip hop documentary or a Tim Westwood, or maybe an early radio documentary. It's just eye candy at the moment. But if we say anything, we'll just have a look. But this is, I think, when Tim Westwood first came on. So let me turn up for a TPO. Very nice. Yeah, so this is when he first came in. So I think he's actually been going since the 70s. But I think he got on in the 80s or sometime. I think he was a DJ doing a different type of music, one that was probably more catered towards, I don't know, white people maybe. Could it be punk or folk or something? I don't know. I have no idea. But I think that's him there, isn't it?
Cool J, badder and deafer than before. DJ cuts grade out, bad meaning good.
Bad meaning good. So if he's saying that, they must be very old. If he's have to let people know bad meaning good, either he's not in touch himself, or this must be around about 1988, 1987.
Who is this guy? Tim Westwood. Yes. Well, you are the hip hop gangster.
He used to be a big shot.
Kiss FM with me, Tim Westwood, rock shocking that goddamn funky beat.
Yep, this man was the #1 UK DJ.
Nighttime Radio 1 with Janice Long.
So tell us about yourself, Tim Westwood.
Well, I'm a club DJ specialising in rap music. I have done for the last 5-6 years. Do some radio as well, do some rap shows on some pirate stations in London. Plus, I've also produced a couple of rap records and various other things.
So, Tim, what are the roots of hip-hop and rap for people who don't know?
Well, it originally started in New York City, in the South Bronx, and eventually the music started to come over here, the scene came over here, and about 5 or 6 years ago, a whole underground scene started in London and other cities throughout the country, and rap evolved through a series of records, through people getting together, becoming graffiti artists, break dancers, body poppers, rappers, and scratch mix DJs. And over the last few years, a whole rap scene, a whole big hip-hop scene has emerged in this country.
And although rap originally came from New York, the kids there share very similar experiences to people in this country. And if you want to check out the kings of rap, make sure you see Run DMC this weekend at Brixton Academy.
Getting ready. The countdown continues. The beats are line.
So that's Tim Westwood in Brixton, I believe.
The baseline with me, Tim Westwood. To the TOP tonight. Break it. Trouble. Kicking, firing, fighting and stinging tonight on the MIC, on the DX. Word, homeboys, make some noise. The Devish jamming.
I think Sis Afro was saying that some of the people he would have hung around with, his security, this kind of stuff.
Can I just
go ahead.
Sorry, can I just jump in as well? Because Taino Lady put something in the chat, which was interesting. Who fed him and who was his security? Now,
Yes.
that's kind of like, if you heard the expression self-fulfilling prophecy, it's where we fed him because we felt like we needed him. You see what I mean? So it was a case of, and this is why I think a lot of things were maybe pushed on the carpet. We needed him to get on because he was out, had the complexion for the protection. And then I don't know, all this other stuff that come off the back of it. Maybe that was just swept under the rug. I don't know.
Well, funny you said, because obviously we're going to use the term alleged at the moment, but
alleged, yeah.
What I mean is, Sister Ethel, she started her campaign. I would say the march she did was in Brixton. Well, I know because I was there. But the march was in Brixton, and it was dealing for a lot of the women who abused around about this time. As in, so the time that this documentary is being shown and the video is being shown, there was much abuse happening. And what she was saying is, in Brixton, the people who would have potentially, allegedly, the people who would have been protecting him were also part of the kind of abusing of young women and this kind of stuff, right? So she's saying that, was there any correlation? Was there any kind of like things that happened at the same time? Is it coincidence? Is it not? And this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like birds of a feather flock together, don't they? So.
And this goes into the cosign. Like, does the black community cosign non-black abusers? That would be seen as a definite cosign from one standpoint that we're supporting him financially, but also the fact that he's doing this with or around black people, and there's an awareness or if that is, once again, we don't know. We can only go by what people say, and we have to wait for things to come out. But yeah, he didn't need security. He would just walk up to females, and they came to him. Tim's security was having the keys to people's careers, and he was white. Okay.
And that's the key right there. He had the keys to their career because, of course, everyone wanted to get in through Tim Westwood. There was a long period of time where, again, even the younger artists growing up like Chipmunk, they came through Skepta. All of them, they came through Tim Westwood, didn't it? When it came to grime and how that all evolved from garage, that kind of stuff in it. So it's just like, yeah, they saw him as the gate. Funny enough, that word gatekeeping.
I think I'll have to see the. I could be wrong. I'll have to see the kind of the data on it, but I think he was like the number one DJ, and I think another white DJ, what's his name?
Charlie Sloth.
Charlie Sloth, that's the guy. I think he took over, so he would have been the next.
Yeah.
And then I don't know who it is now. If it's still him, if it's someone new, if it's like now it's social media, so no one's in charge.
I got like GRM Daily, Grime Daily, that kind of stuff now. These
social media,
SBTV. So now it's a lot more disseminated. But I think Charlie Sloth is still up there though. To be fair.
So that's another like European guy. But I don't know if he's done. I hope he has done anything terrible, and I hope he hasn't said anything derogative to black people. Because you've seen that many white people who get up in these kind of cultural things, at some point there was a history of mistreating black people. Even Eminem, when he was a kid that came out, he had some tape mocking black women, funny enough. So it's something we need to be very definitely watch. Something definitely have to watch.
Time Run DMC.
I usually know what's going on.
We'll just mute it for now as you talk. But yeah,
I was gonna say though that even this whole concept that he was like the top DJ, I don't know, maybe it was just not my time, but I don't even acknowledge that. I just think that these are the titles that mainstream media spring on these people, and if you're not there for it, especially anything to do with us and anything to do with our culture that has gone mainstream, so it'll all be relatively new. I just think that they have they'll spin their own spin. So of course they'll put one of them as the top DJ of hip hop and R&B in the UK. And I just don't think that that's the case. I don't think he had, I mean, clearly he was in the industry a long time, but I just don't think he had that kind of God status. You know, when I was young,
yeah,
and then actually, you know, in my young 20s, you know, Trevor Nelson was a DJ who was black, and he was like the authentic link towards the UK and the US artists, especially those ones that weren't really getting any limelight. You know, he would do interviews that wouldn't just make you cringe, because I remember, again, because they didn't have much platforms to go on to. Remember, there was no like MTV Base, whatever. You know, when they get a chance to come to the UK, you'd want it to be Trevor Nelson to interview him, you know, so he wouldn't look so stupid. This whole notion that he had this God and he was this great DJ for us, maybe for them, because he was selected. I definitely think this was a selected and not chosen situation, because I even Googled it now, because when he was just doing that interview, his whole accent was different. The interview I was like, that's him. And it's just so interesting when he's talking to his own. And the man was like, I think he was born in Lofston, I don't know what that is, Lowston, and he grew up in Norwich. I don't know where he gets this American accent from.
I was going to say, he always comes across cringy because of that. It's an American accent, but I don't know what it is. He didn't even have like
That's
a
what
UK
I'm saying.
accent. Man,
He's an actual joke. At that time, he was a joke to everybody. Like what Afi has said, that reigning time, he wasn't no one's. He got put in positions, but he was a clown.
Well, hold on. Let me interject, because it's just something that I want us to really focus on, because sometimes things happen at the time and we miss them. So right now, currently, not that I listen to current rap at all, the mainstream anyway, but there's a rapper called something 69, Katashi 69, something like that.
Takashi, yeah.
Now obviously I don't listen to rap, but this is a person who has rainbow hair, used the N-word a lot, has been allegedly charged with
snitching.
Mess with a minor before the snitching.
Right.
And this is a person who a lot of black people are supporting and pushing forward, even though he has told on certain gang members and they're all in jail and stuff. So some of these things happen, and like Tim Westwood, I'm not saying he's like that, but what I'm saying is, all that kind of cringy and like almost like parody of a parody.
Yeah.
But that we let go. It's
But I think we maybe accepted him just because I know you mentioned Trevor Nelson, Kushti, and I think I'm trying to think how many people came out of like his dojo. It wasn't kind of in the same way as like Tim Westwood. I'm trying to think. Tim Westwood had where they had the youngsters on again. This is where for me like Chipmunk, Skepta, and all them people.
Yeah, but this is where I was getting to. Like, for me, it was like I feel it's more of a selected thing, and when you hear people, even like us of a certain age, right? When we hear about the way they narrative or they spin things, it's just they always get it wrong with us. And I feel that this is that case with him. Right? I'm not saying that because he was in these positions, of course, out is coming up. You know, he was the point of contact, right? Because he was Mr. R&B and hip hop. Do you know what I mean? But I do think it was a selective thing. And I was saying that to say that, and I always say this, but if we're not going to own anything, this is what's going to happen.
Thank you. Good point.
You know, and this is where I came to, because this clearly wasn't us who pushed this guy in. He to me, he came on. He was this character. I heard, because I initially thought he was like I thought maybe he had some drug issues. That's why he spoke like that, and he was from America, honestly. And I heard that he tried to make it big in America, and someone pulled out a gun and he ran to the UK. So this boy, as soon as he came onto the scene, he was getting clowned. So I always just dashed him as a clown. So what I'm saying is, anyone that they could have chosen at that time, Angie, there were so many authentic DJs at that time, and he just got selected. And what I say that to say that this is what's going to happen when that's why I say, our culture is so young to this mainstream media that they can just take it and manipulate it because we don't safeguard anything of our own.
Well, the thing is,
and on that point as well, to go back to your point about the women, it's like, who is it responsible for this? Because if we're not in charge of our radio stations and our media, and then this man got selected, I'm pretty sure that this guy was not selected by anyone that looks like me and you on those board member boards and put those in the positions, and the editors and all the from top board members down to get this man here.
No, you're right. I mean, and that's the thing about like even when hip hop first started, there was a lot of parodies that came out, like this for one, where everyone was having a go. So, but then at the time, it's like white people were parodying hip hop. You see in adverts and things like this. But at first, it was like a joke, but then I think when joking becomes more serious.
I tell you, I'm all right now, but last week I was in rough shape. Well, I don't get a break with nothing. I played high.
You know, this song it was a parody back in the 80s, but it's probably better than the majority of rap songs out today, which is the irony.
In secret, I was free.
No respect, no respect.
Why, they wouldn't even look for me.
No respect, no respect.
I was an ugly kid. I never had fun.
No respect, no respect.
They took me to a dog show and I won.
No respect, no respect.
When I was born, I brought no joy.
No respect, no respect.
My old man said he wanted a boy.
No respect, no respect.
I was an ugly kid, always alone.
No respect, no respect.
Halloween, I had a trick or treat over the phone.
No respect, no respect.
Friends don't call, my phone don't ring. I don't get a break with anything.
What's the matter, Rodney?
Ah, death, where is my sting?
It's just rapping Rodney. Ain't that your type? No, no. Rapping Rodney. Get out of sight.
So back in those days, I can remember back in the late 80s and early 90s, whatever, when non-black people were making hip hop, the first thing they would do is more parodic, more kind of like tongue-in-cheek and novelty. And I don't know if when Tim Westwood came, I don't know if he was seen as a novelty or he was, but he has since become seen very authentic in hip hop, like very and Sister Empress Kush is right, like who made that so. And I guess it comes down to, if you don't own your own industry, I guess people who are not really in the scene are picking who and I guess when they're reaching out for someone to give that award or that title, there's people they know, isn't it? It was almost like that same thing with the whole in America, the whole minority thing, right? Where you have things set aside for minorities, but then when you look at who's getting it, it's white women and white gay people, and because that's the closest contact and that's their people group. So until you actually have your own kind of industry, yeah, until you have your own industry, it won't change. And then you like these scenarios will keep happening, whatever.
I think I do want to say something on the last topic. I'm not sure what your second topic was, though. Unless Robin wants to say anything else on this topic.
No, I think we've sort of covered what I was want to go talk about. I know you mentioned ownership. That's one of the things I was talking about. Can we even gatekeep something that we don't own? So, but then in the chat, I've been having a back and forth with Dominic, and we said, to be fair, it's not necessarily about color, it's about power, isn't it? And not just that abuse of power. So when we talk about how do we protect, young girls and black women, I mean, how do you look out for people who seem to be drunk on power? Because let's be honest, if you're going to be left alone with someone, it sounds you'd rather be left alone with someone who's famous, because you're thinking this famous person's surely not going to do anything silly because they're famous. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know if that's just me, but if someone's famous, you're thinking, nah, it's not going to be like that, as opposed to someone who's not famous. It's just,
There's this false sense of security, especially before now, because where people forget everyone's knowledgeable now because we've got YouTube and, we're a bit more knowledgeable, but there's this false sense of security with these people who are on TV and in the media. We've seen that with how much people that we've heard about now.
Yeah.
It's this essence that they felt they know him, or this guy's a good guy, or just because he comes across, because he's the only person you see on your screen, and you see him at your home every day, and you just have this false sense of security.
You know that person, you think that you know that person, and it's like, it's so and so, you know what I mean? So
and that's dangerous. I think that's the one thing that is definitely happened, where we're noticing that it's educating a lot of these young girls now that you know, all that's gold, you know, I forgot what the saying is, what my grandma always says, but
All that glitters isn't gold.
that's the one, you know. So it's definitely about, you know, making sure that you have someone who's responsible with you when you're going to these places and things like that. But I will say, as a Black woman, I'm glad that they're coming out. Even though, like what Raven said, realistically, I'm not sure how well with the cases that we've just heard. We don't know if anyone's will come out on these alleged cases. But if this does turn out to be true, and more times there's no smoke without fire, and this is just my personal view, I'm more inclined to believe them. At least he won't have, nobody right now with any sense will hire him. So he might not have a sentence, but he's not making any money off the community at this point for any time soon. So for that, I commend the women to coming out, and I hope, you know, anyone else who's gone through anything does come out and they do get some sort of healing, and live a better life.
Yeah, and I suspect this might be the tip of the iceberg in the sense of there might be much more. Just like the whole not Gary Clay, what's his name, the Jimmy Savile guy.
Savile, yeah.
Yeah, many more, and the Rolf Harris and these kinds of people.
Weinstein. Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner, was it Hugh Hefner? Was Hugh Hefner the one who they complained about?
I just finished watching a documentary about it, actually. Yeah. So,
really?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know, because I think he's a Playboy guy, right?
Yeah, he's the owner of Playboy, and some shocking things have come out of from him. So I definitely would. It's not, you know, I thought I'd expect to know what it was, but it was actually deeper. And it's the same thing, isn't it? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's just.
But is he passed away?
Yeah, they did it when he was dead.
Of course. That's
never
good. It's never good.
Absolutely.
And that's why it's very important what Sister Afro is doing now, where she's actually trying to get awareness and justice before people pass away. Because when a person passes away, then you can always use the actual, why didn't you tell them when like the whole Michael Jackson thing, right? So not that we saying that Michael Jackson's guilty, as in like it definitely works against them to wait for him to die and then come forward. So we definitely want to make sure any kind of crimes, if we can, come forward before the person passes.
This slashing the legacy thing is a big trend right now. I've noticed that with the powers that be.
Yeah, that dynamic. Speaking of that, what we were saying before, and this is, we might cover because we talk about ownership, whatever, but also control the position. Like in the UK, we had like So Solid Crew and these other guys, and then I think they were quite hard to control. So then the industry would make like white versions of them,
replicas.
What did you say again?
Like a replica.
Yeah, and but this is a pattern that happens. It used to happen a lot, but it didn't always work. I mean, for example, let's see this one. Hold on. Not that one. Is this one? So this is a little competition. Who do you think they were trying to emulate in this particular artist? For those who are watching, have a
James Brown.
Music makes you feel like moving. Yeah, it's alright. Music makes you feel like grooving, honey. Said it's alright. Music makes you feel like dancing. Said it's alright. Music might become enhancing. Said it's alright, you know it is.
Yeah, we'll snap at that. And the thing is,
you bring out the killers. I don't know how you found that one, bro. I can't believe it.
Do you not subscribe to the theory that imitations are a form of flattery? Do you not believe that sort of stuff?
the thing is, I've got millions of these because I've been researching the music industry for years. But the reason I bring it up is because we when there's a miss, we laugh, and I guess sometimes we laugh at the misses, and sometimes the parodies become famous parodies, right? But then sometimes they become genuine long stays. So, for example, Elvis is very talented. Elvis is very talented, but he became the king of rock and roll. And he became the number one face of rock and roll, but he definitely wasn't the best in rock and roll. And it was Elvis making rock and roll that changed rock and roll from being a black music to being a white music, right? And he was literally that segue. And that's what I'm saying, that these attempts, we laugh at them and stuff, but when they hit, they kind of have a big impact.
That's what I mean. And then all of a sudden, they just rewrite people who were really prominent in the UK and who were black and who were authentic.
Yeah.
And now those people, and now he's the number one DJ.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
And so it's dangerous.
Mm.
And then, so it's important. It's just so important for people to speak up about things, about their past, and hear that, you know, because that's when you get the authentic, real experience of that time. Because like you said, before you know it, you wake up and it's a white guy screaming, do you know what I mean? And shifted around. And what happened to James Brown?
Yeah, no, but the thing is, if you ask, I did music in college, you know, if you ask anyone, if you said rock and roll or rock or whatever, no one ever thought about black people. They would think about Europeans and white people. So that's what it happens like that. That, you know, and you know, ownership is very important. I think from a music standpoint, I think Motown was the last big kind of black-owned record company.
Yeah.
And we should recover them, because they had like plays and stuff like The Wiz, and obviously they launched Michael Jackson and Rick James and the Temptations and pretty much most black arts. But that was definitely a good look, owning your own music label. But there was a lot of complaints about the you know, the payment and stuff. But that's another thing too.
Yeah, the business
Yeah,
behind it.
business
But the
of it,
thing is, that goes to show it's not that we're not capable, because we even had a point where, okay, they ring fenced maybe like the comedies, you know, like the king and queens of comedy at one point in the 90s.
Right.
So Def Jam comedy was springing off and doing different things. So we do see this throughout history where this is possible. But I think what happens is this crab in a barrel mentality where there's only one. And if there was a few of them, right, they'll just be competing within each other. Okay. It'll be fair competition. But at least when something is just off code and it gets shut down by all of them.
Yeah.
You know, when you have one, you've got the rest of them saying, oh, they're doing two. Like, they'll come together and just be like, look, this little independent, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they're doing well, and we need to get together to shut it down. Same thing with the hair industry or the beauty industry for the Afro hair and beauty.
Very important, yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
But we need to realize that it's not just about having one, like we need another, and that's okay. Like there's enough money to be made where everyone can be comfortable.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find a fantastic picture. One of the things I'm going to hope goes slightly viral is I'm looking to do some designs of black businesses and stuff, like you know, like maybe a piece on. I think one thing I think I spoke about before, where you have the logo of a company, the products they sell, and the CEO or the owner of it, or like on like a flyer, or you know, like a Instagram thing that people can share. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to like share the brands and products that you might see in your shops or you might see on the internet, whatever, just so black people can make the connection between supporting black businesses. One thing, like I guess people like me, because I jump in different communities and stuff, like different levels of consciousness, and sometimes I don't spend too long around like entry level consciousness, whatever. I'm still I keep forgetting that there are still black people who by default don't like black people, as in like, you know, by default, like they don't want to see black people successful. They don't trust, and they are prone to being jealous. And that's something that we want to definitely train from young age. That kind of, when you speak about crabs in a barrel, that's what, you know, that we want to try to work on that, because unfortunately something as well that I've noticed in the I guess in the black Betterment community, or the conscious community, or whatever black people trying to do better community, is whenever black people generally find like public speakers disagree, the velocity they will have for each other is actually quite high. This is like public speakers I'm talking about, right? And they do a lot of extra work, like extra work to shut each other down. and this is when I remember Frances Cress Welsing said she doesn't think that any black people should be on TV together because of the fear of the capacity to just tear each other down. So this is something to be aware of as well. Something to be aware of that when you talk about crabs in the barrel mentality and stuff.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy because when they do get to an ultimate success, like say for example, someone like a Jay-Z or a P. Diddy, right? I'm not talking about their ethics. I'm just talking about where they've gotten to. Everybody will go to them. I think they will. If you give a young black boy the option to go to a Jay-Z or a P. Diddy, then go to an industry, I think it would be, I think that it'd be a hard way up. But it's like to get someone up there, like for them to have got there. It's what I'm saying is we like to see them when they're at that status, but to work them up, it's just like we won't do it. It's like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's just the crab in a barrel only comes for me like at the bottom part, but then we do like to see
look
like us.
Yeah, I get it.
So
as in, that grassroots support, that thing is where it becomes.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, and this and I guess we could segue that into an economic standpoint, right? Where, trying to support other people's businesses to that. But then that's something that I think, this concept of training black people young to just be black betterment led, as in like, you teach them that. And that's the thing. I actually do think it's very important because I remember I was talking to some Sudanese lady one time, and she was telling me how she doesn't think you should teach the history of trauma or of abuse that black people went through, because some black boys might go out of their mind, whatever she was saying. I think the opposite. I think you definitely want to teach the history of what black people has gone through. I think I don't know what age, but I think it sounds very odd, but I think we should teach that technically black people have no friends. I think that's I think maybe indirectly that will show that fixing within should come first.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have a choice. When you're living in this society, you don't have a choice. It's forced on you. That's one thing that I will forever be, resentful for. I don't have a choice. We don't have a choice as black parents. We have to, at some point, kill their innocence sooner than most of us would prefer to. Or if we haven't, we know that day is coming where you have the talk, right? Or Black Lives Matter happens on TV, or there's Black Lives Matters posters, and your young child is saying, well, what does that mean? Or what does that mean if someone says this to you? Like, you have to, you can't, what are you going to say? Because when you get the why, but then why? Inevitably, you're going to have to tell them where that stems from. You're not going to have to go into graphics, but we don't have a choice.
No, I hear that. No, I hear that. I think, I don't know. I think, like I said before, if we don't add direction, then what happens is the outside kind of system kind of pulls black people away from the concept of helping black people. I think just talking to normal people, like when that's like the shock of black economics and black love is something really. That's something that I would like to reverse. Like a lot of the videos that I've made have been taken off because the topic of black love and black economics is too dangerous.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot. I wish I debate a lot of people. I was debating a lot of people on Instagram and stuff before on their lives, like because when a person would say something that I thought was somewhat unsynchronized, I would just jump on and just let them understand about black love and black economics and how it could actually aid black people. And many unsynchronized brothers and sisters, like I said, they haven't been raised they've been raised in the Kumbaya state. And also, like I said, black people have been culturalized and trained to sustain suffering.
Yeah.
So that comes through a lot. And and what I'm trying to do is develop ways of talking to people and using certain languages, and the black people are collectively inadequate is a very effective way, because the reason why it's very effective is when you talk to people,
Yeah.
there's this illusion that black people are doing fantastic, and what they do is they look at the Oprah Winfrey's or the whoever, the Michael Jordans, whatever, and they equate that one success to a whole people, and they don't necessarily even see some of the behavioral patterns that they might do, to get there, whatever. So when you say that, then it resets them, and then they either agree with that concept or they go against it. If they go against it, that's not correct, that's wrong, then you would then challenge them to, can you give me any scenarios where black people are operating as a collective correctly or dominantly in some area? And usually it's it's silence, and then they'll say things like, oh, well, in hip hop, football, all the guys are black, and then you go, but do any of them own it? And this kind of stuff. And then this is the thing. It's like this concept teaching the importance of ownership young. I think we had a list there, right? Where's the list?
You know what it is, Raven, and I'll say this, and this is kind of where I see a lot of people coming from. I think it's just a case of trying to instill, you can, regardless of the circumstances, you can still, kill it out here. So I think one of the things which a lot of other, where the challenge comes from, is just having that mindset of saying we can still kill it. So instead of instilling a bit of, not necessarily woe is me, everyone's against us, it's a case of, regardless, don't come with any excuses. Like, what was I watching this film? It was based on a true story called Men of Honor, which was about the first black diver, and his father was saying, look, don't you come back here to tell me that you failed because of racism. You go out there and you use some words, kick, the white man's, you know what it is. So I think sometimes that's kind of where I think maybe if the narrative was about that, instead of, I'm not saying it's not, but I think that's kind of where they see it from. A lot of people that I speak to about it, it's not the saying that they don't go through things. Just look, I'm not going to let that deter me from getting there.
Yeah, very good point. Good point. So to focus on the woe is me, and I. So what we definitely don't want to do is make a person feel that no effort can equate to any success. I think what we want to do is we want to highlight that that we are not doing something at the moment. Like right now, we are not doing something, but if we do it, there will be progress. You see, and that's why I was trying to say. Like I was trying to give. It's not on the slides I've got now. I think it was in the early slides. Let me talk about.
You know what it is though as well. This is something I was thinking.
Yeah.
If you can show examples of where we are killing it, maybe in a way which set by the blueprint that you have, maybe that would be a good thing as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I'm trying to think of where let me oh, share, that's right, you gotta go to share, silly me. I'm just gonna see if I can find something of what, because when I first started, I would show something to, because the thing is, I was talking to some woman, and I remember she asked me to come on the show, and she's like, the way you talk is very depressing. I go, what do you mean? Telling children that we're collectively not, inadequate, this kind of stuff. I go, but you're doing that so they're aware, so they know that now something has to be done. Like you don't want them to think that we're doing great and do nothing. But there was something I showed.
Do you think that while you're looking for that, Brian, do you think that falls down to people saying that we're snowflake? This is the snowflake era.
Yeah,
right? Because
so.
It's like, you started off saying that, you're collectively inadequate, but that's not the end of the man's sentence. Did you switch off from there? And you know what gets me is because maybe I'm just the last generation of it, but all I've known within Caribbean and African culture is very bluntness.
Yeah.
So when we became so mollycoddled and so sensitive, I don't know. When we talk, we're a matter of the fact. We're very a matter of the facts with a lot of things, and sometimes to our detriment, right? But it's just like when we talk about something that's fundamental and serious, we have that added layer of having to make it palatable. This might not be a palatable situation or a subject or a topic. It might just have to be that you have to get straight to the point. But this is why I say, or I've said before, and Brother Raven's other streams, that sometimes you have to adjust to the society you're living in now.
Yeah.
And we're in an era of TikTok. You know what I mean? Instagram ads, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, catch my concentration, lost me to the next ad, you know? So I think people have naturally, and no fault, I think that's been, you know, programmed in them to.
But not only that, sorry to cut you. Not only that though, but we have a situation where you have people who, let's be honest, they're just not going to take in what you're saying because we're not in physical change. It's mostly psychological change. So what is happening now is we've still got people who are functioning, and we all know the stats when it comes to, you know, the stereotypical conversation about what we are doing as a people. So a lot of people are just going to tune it out, and then unfortunately you're going to get the trends that we're seeing right now is going to get worse and worse and worse. So I agree with you. We should be more blunt. We should be like, this is a fact. We're not doing as well. We should look at our nations, look at what's going on. But yeah, it's I don't know what to say. We might have to adapt just based on the environment that we're in right now.
So what I tried to do when I first started, and what I still do now, is I let black people know. Like, for example, there's an analogy here about football. About these are all allegedly the best black football players in the world at the moment. And I say if we had a pretend team called Black Country United or Black Rangers or whatever it was, right, in the Premier League, this team with their skill will probably win it. Maybe, probably top 3, top 1. I don't know. I assume, right? But the issue is, even though we have all the individual skill, this is how we're playing. You see, we're just all over the place. You see, we're not actually, we're not. You know, some guys are off the bench. Some guys are talking to fans in the thing. The goalkeeper wants to score a goal, you know, or whatever he is. You know, so that's kind of, so this is the kind of the symbols I show people to show that no, black people have skills, because that's without question, like probably the most elite skills in most activities. But when it comes to actually ownership and working as a team and trusting, then we end up, you know, start going all over the place. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of
what do you say about that criticism though? Because I've noticed there's a few of that coming towards you, Brother Raven. That the suggestion of them wanting to see something more positive.
All right. Well, I think. So for me, I try to be a tangibilist. So for example, the work I do every other day is like pro bono work for companies in Africa, trying to get off their feet, trying to find brothers work and doing training to teach skills, whatever it is. And then it was also speaking in speakers corner, that kind of stuff, whatever, right? And then obviously this weekly show, whatever, right? But generally, that's the tangibles of, I guess, the positive, actual, you know, hands-on doing things, more so to the work and stuff, right? But yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, you know, we've got to cover. I think we kind of have to show some of the shortcomings, because essentially we are solution based. So we definitely want to show when things work out, and I guess that's why I really want to push the Instagram and get more followers there, because before 2 years ago, before the lockdown happened, the main thing we were doing was co-unity spend, where people have businesses and we turn up to the business and actually just, you know, try to promote it and show and buy every single product, whatever. So with I guess with Instagram and stuff, we're trying to do that now, like awareness of people who've started something, are doing quite well, or you know, they've actually got to a certain stage, but they might not have the best support. So that's in my area of actually positive concepts, I guess, right? Well, I guess the negative concept is being aware of people who are anti-black and self-hate and go online and they promote this, and we try to either correct them or try to find a counter to that. I don't know. So I guess there shouldn't be a situation on the show where someone is complaining about something and we go, man, that's bad. That is. It should literally be, here's what's happening. Here's how we're going to work towards a solution. Noted. Next week we're going to try to come up with a way to deal with this. Hopefully that's what we're trying to do. I don't know.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say that this show is a negative show, and I'm just saying that I've noticed that people have come on and said those things to you of late, that, you know, I think my interpretation of it anyway is just that they want to see examples, you know, like when Stanley's saying, well, where's your statistics, or where's your facts, or where's your this, or giving me but this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm only giving light to it because of what Brother Wim was just said to you, asked you. But at the same time, a lot of the people who have said it, I don't know necessarily their intentions, if that makes sense to you, if you understand where I'm coming from.
And that's
Or
so.
it
I'm
might
glad
be-
you said that. I'm
Can I
glad.
just chime in as well? Sorry.
Go ahead.
'Cause
Yeah, go
when if I say what I mean by positive, I probably just mean, I don't know, an example of, like you said, you do pro bono work for something like that. It could just be something as simple as that. Say this is what's been achieved, etc. Like that. Because here's how I interpret, and sometimes I do get their angst. Is we hear all this talk about this, that, and the other, and then it's just like, well, what tangible things have actually been achieved? That's kind of where it comes to. We don't need, like war and peace. It could just be simple. We've been working with this. If that's what's happened, there it is.
Obviously, I don't need a war and peace, you know.
Well, that's all it is.
Okay, but okay, so let's go to this topic now, right? Tim, right. So I said that this will continue to happen unless we own our own stations.
Agreed.
And we're in leadership of our culture, and we ring fence it. Now, if there is another way to do it, then let the suggestions come. But if that is the only way, and I'm not going to budge on that, and I won't be surprised when this happens again, because and this is me saying this out of disappointment for those who, like, because I did a whole thing on Black Raven a few, like, I don't know how long ago now, on Black business, right? And my whole thing stemmed from it was, now that Black Lives, that whole Black Lives, what did we do from it? What did we do? What would the people who were in positions who are pro-Black did? Who grabbed onto the rings and said, okay, now's our time. Now's our time to say that we deserve funding in this. We need a school. We need this. We need an after-school club. We need, we need our own local leaders in these positions helping the youths. And we never did that. So again, this is going to continue to happen. So some things you can't pretty out, or you can't give an example of. A lot of our issues within the community are repetitive. They're constant. We're constantly seeing the same patterns over and again, and that's because some things need just that. It might take a lot of work, but that's what it is. What else is there?
I think we're in a situation where the people who try to find solutions become the enemies. But what I would say is the most important thing that I can push forward, me personally, right, is actually philosophies and lifestyles. And the reason I say that is because it's much more important than the tangible works I individually do, or even we do collectively in this small space here. Because if we talk about things like getting a business, running your own record label, that's good. But the issue really is, I think for me, it's a two-stage solution. It's be Black Betterment led, as in your mindset and your lifestyle is to be constructive and high principle for Black people. So that way, when you start your record label, the things you do will have a constructive outlook on the community. Because unfortunately, sometimes you might get people who make their own stuff, and because they're not Black Betterment led, the things they push out doesn't necessarily benefit Black people. Yes, profit is made, but it doesn't necessarily contribute to Black culture, Black constructiveness, right? So that's why I truly do understand that the lifestyle or the mindset of Black people helping Black people on Black issues and being high principled, and have the Black centered, Black control, Black all that kind of stuff. By promoting that and giving examples of what happens when we don't do that, and that's why showing the pattern perceptions, showing things like when whether it's by design or by just osmosis. If you don't do that, then you will get these kind of outcomes. This will always be the outcome. This kind of like, Black people doing things that doesn't benefit Black people and taking your wealth and putting it into other communities. It will always happen. That's why I'm always going to keep showing it and go like, and that's why when people jump on and they try to give backdoor excuses to not being on code. I go, but black people are collectively inadequate. So you have to be black centered in your mind, knowing that black man helping black woman, black girl doing this, and it literally has to be black, 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 black. Because if we don't do that, if we just go, I'm going to make something, and we're not black centered in any way, it probably will work against black people.
But with that, and this is the problem. We've seen this for ages. This is nothing new. Is that the screen that we see right now, the pattern perception? All of these are our MPs, successful brothers, and what a lot of brothers say, and I heard, and I hate this, is when they're successful, they're gonna date out. This is the picture of success you've got right in front of me. You see what I mean? And it's like, I would love myself if I saw the picture of success, black and black. That's what I would have loved to see. But we're not.
But that's built.
It reinforces an image of that's what success looks like. Whether or not we think it's on code or off code, a younger person can see it and think that's normal.
Yeah, but once again, this is why we talk about holistic change. So we talk about training black people for that, but also let them know.
But one sec, sorry, one sec. But let me just say this: if they see black and black as being struggle, black and white as being successful, then even though you're telling me something, I'm seeing something completely different because I'm seeing success. These are MPs. These are people who are our leaders, MPs, as being successful. I see that as being an MP, that's success. So if I see black and black as being struggle, but black and white as being successful, that's going to have a more powerful image than what you're telling me.
Yeah, I hear that. And
that goes back to what I was saying, though, Brother Wim, about that's going to keep happening if the people who own, because it's the people who own the television, the stations.
Yeah. That's what I mean, and I agree. And this is why it sounds like how do we get over that hump? But if we can see that more often, that will change the narrative in ways.
Yeah, I agree. And Brother Raven does give examples. He does give examples of positive. You could go through the at this point catalogue, and there is definitely been examples of what he'd like to see. Or the demonstration of what we find, what we all agree is the perfect image that we'd like to see. He does do that. But there's one question I do want to say on that, though, Brother Wim. I want to ask you. I feel that I was getting what you were saying until when Brother Raven was talking just now, and you were saying all of what you're saying. And I will say there is something to be said of, I feel like that's the last thing that they can chuck at him, because I feel like that's the only thing left, because the reason why he has to do this way is because the questions or the challenges that he gets chucked at him are predictable, right? Like, they might say it a different way, they might say it with a different accent, but it's always around the same lines of what they're going to say. They always have the same kind of argument. And I think the reason why they get frustrated at Verhoeven, because he has an answer, but not only does he have an answer, he kind of highlights how predictable and how obvious that this is. He can go to a slide and just shut it down. Okay, hold on, brother, I've got a slide for that. Do you know what I mean? And that's, to me, that makes me chuckle inside, because it demonstrates a deeper psychology that, do you understand that this is not, this thought is not of your own, almost. You've picked this up, you've watched a YouTube channel, and it felt comfortable. But do you understand where that's coming from? And he does that. And I feel that they'll chuck this at him, they'll chuck that at him, and then Raven, like I said, does it in that way to them, shuts all the arguments down, and now they're like, oh, well, you know what? It's just a bit too depressing for me. It's just like, that's it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And to be fair, same when I hear all the arguments are the same arguments. And again, I fully agree. And again, obviously with Raven Slide, he's pretty much got every single predictable answer to every predictable question that we can imagine. I think it's just a case of now to like shut them up in a way which will really shut them up, because the stats sometimes don't lie in certain things. And when you show that image again, it's like, I want to see something different. And I'm trying to shut people up by giving an actual tangible stat line, or someone say this is how it works, and it's like, that's the sort of the link which can't be closed as of yet. If you see what I mean.
I think it was even on one of your channels, I think, while I was listening, and people would say that there was a status of black women are actually worldwide the leaders and single moms, and you stopped the person dead in their tracks, and actually it was Latino. I think that was from you. So I think those things are powerful, because people literally just really off their tongue, right? Like, oh, you know, and actually it's not even a fact. You know, so I do think that things like that are powerful when you just shut it down and attack it straight away. Because
but the
then
problem-
they're so shocked. It's like a deer in the headlights. You almost see them stuttering or backing up, or, you know. And when Brother brings those slides, it's just like, hold, what? That's not how it's supposed to go. You know, this is not how it's supposed to play out. I'm supposed to say that, and then it's supposed to be okay. And you know what I mean? You're supposed to back
because of
down.
narratives, they're governed by narratives, and
but the family. The thing is, and I've brought some old slides on here as well, and it's also, I know it might sound very controversial, but it's also who is saying it in the sense of you have collaborators, you have critics, right? So I broke down the value of a speaker, right? So for example, you'll have someone who says, "Black people, we must do better," versus "Black people, you must do better," right? As in they've separated themselves from the solution, right? And I'm saying that I broke down here that, you know, a person's life and what they do is like a point system, isn't it? So this Jafari Kananja guy here, he owns a restaurant business. He trains black boys football skills. He organizes Black history movie nights for black people. He protests for black rights. He's named his child African name. He's married to a black woman. Versus Jack Oliver, who owns a stamp collecting business, who trains people how to fish, who organizes women's rights debates. He protests gay rights. He's named his child an Albanian name. He's married to a non-black woman. Does all these things, but none of them actually help black people at all, right? So when it comes to speaking, Jafari Kananja has 64 points already, yeah, while Jack Oliver has 15. And we have a 15-point person trying to give an opinion against a 64 point person. And that is equivalent of like a baseball player or a football player on the pitch about to take a penalty, and then someone's in the crowd saying, "You're rubbish, you're a bum." It's like, yeah, but you're in the crowd. You're like, you've come to watch me. And so sometimes we have to be very careful of who we allow to speak when the person has never demonstrated any kind of consistency or dedication or loyalty to black people. And that's why one of the most important questions I always put out here when someone talks is what was it? I think there's somewhere. I think it was the 3-mark question. I think I put it higher up. And it was what are your views on black love? Like, what are your views on black love? And then, you know, you see them moonwalking, like, you know, and yeah. So what constructive black men with constructive black women raising constructive black families. So before we start showing facts and data and thinking, we go, before I do all that, because sometimes what I want to do is notice the energy of someone, right? In the sense of we're on here trying to find solutions because we're trying to fix the black community. And then you have a person who's like a rebel without a cause. They're constantly trying to push holes in the boat. Like, yeah, but what about this? What about that? What about that? And at no point are they saying, you know what? Well done for actually trying to find the thing. It's like they automatically come as the enemy of progress.
Yeah. So much of him as well is true and passion. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Like think that you'd be personally doing them something.
Yeah. And this is part of a segue into the crowds into the barrel mentality, where some people are generally jealous that someone else is doing something, you see?
Yeah.
And it's almost like, and this also segues into the teamwork effort. Like, you know, when I gave it's fine enough I still have the images here. It's there, isn't it? It's like, rather than realize we're on the same team, they're like, oh, I can't believe he's scoring all the goals. Oh, I can't believe he's saving all the goals. You know, it's like, no, we're on the same team. Like, if this guy scores all the goals, we still win. If this guy saves all the goals, we still win. You don't have to take turns to be a goalkeeper. We can let the goalkeeper be the goalkeeper. You just stay in defense. You see, but this is what it is. So that's why you have to ask them these questions, like, what are your views on black love, innit? And then go, okay, well then, can you say how your views on mine correlate? So how do we work together to achieve that?
But this is why I say to you, brother, one time I said to you that this is why I think that it's very much an ego-based thing, because you only get this kind of pushback from the men. You rarely get a woman if she's dating, even if she's not on code, right? Unsynchronized. She won't come with this kind of energy.
No.
Right. No, so I've noticed that it's kind of the men who are obviously have interest in has invested interest, right, in not being in code, and obviously they come with this energy, and it's their ego. Their ego is bruised, and that's why I say there's a lot that's attached to pro-black for black men. You know, they can't just see it as the black and white and the matter of fact of what it is. Even though men are supposed to be more logical, they cannot understand it, and that's why I'm so fascinated with the way you do things and you break it down, because you make it very logical, right? So this should be enough, and that's why I love to see it when you bring out these, you do it the way you do it, because again, it's a very logical way in how you do this. So, but yet it's just, although it's a very matter of the fact, you cannot do this and be pro-black, right? It's just, that's just not what it is. We're not saying we hate you or nothing like that. These are the logical facts. It's more than that to them. It's not just that. There's a lot that comes into that, bro.
Yeah,
and this is what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot. It's an ego. It's a bruise to the ego. It's almost saying it's like a less than thing. And you know, I've been wanting to suggest this to you. I'll talk a bit more about it anyways. But there's this thing about, you know, I wanted to talk about a different topic soon that I've been noticing, and it's kind of on what I've noticed on some of these channels that you've suggested before for us to look at. And it's this avenue, especially with the divestment, where they're saying that with this notion that with black men, it's, remember, black women, black people anyways, we're always trendsetters, right? So for black women to prop up a black man, they're just, that's the trend, that's the set, right? And we know that black men are the ultimate kind of trendy thing to go for, right? But if you're going through now this new wave of black women saying, you know what, actually, that's not what I want in a black man. You know, I love my black men, but not when they're like that. And there's a new trend that's coming on now where you're seeing white women who date black men also acting, and I do air quotes, allegiance to black women, saying, you know what, I've noticed this, or they'll record privately of what black men say about black women to the white woman, right? And it's this kind of thing where once it's like that popularity, that coolness, whatever you want to say, you're losing points on that when you become into this category of self-hating or that type. And so this is what I'm saying. There's a lot that goes into when we're saying that you're not pro-black. It's not just the facts, right? And this new trend of moving that when black women are outwardly saying that, you know, this is not the one, this is not attractive, this is actually off-putting, right? And we are the trendsetters, right? We trendset their hairstyles, their lips, their looks, the way they whine, they're moving. I'm talking as a woman with women. So if women are saying that's not the look, sooner or later, these women are going to look at these black men and be like, you know what, it's, you know, you're not looking as shiny and new and fresh anymore. You know, they're telling us that you're not the right one. So it's this new trend that is starting to emerge on there. And I think that this whole thing will be a constant battle with you constantly throughout this journey.
Yeah, we're in a very interesting stage at the moment, and I do see things as domino effects. I do feel that with the divestment and black women, I do believe that for the most part, well, I do believe for the most part, black men pick black women, black women pick black men, but there is, out of the minority who don't, it's a high minority out there, right? But what I'm saying is, in those who do it very loud and proud about it, I do think that the knock-on effect comes from how black men are behaving. And then that's having a knock-on effect that black women are doing what they're doing. But what we're going to see now is that means that black men are the first defeated. But when we see young girls doing things like this, right?
Big Massa.
All the women in it, well, all the women are, and they look very young. So this is a behavioral pattern that I wouldn't expect. I haven't seen black women do. I always see black women as protectors of black culture. And also understand that like I tend to used to see black women going for non-black men because they couldn't find a black man, rather than that is the go-to preference. Like, I really, 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 really want to be for a non-black person. Well, unfortunately, with black men, I have seen like they have openly tried to seek out this as a form of status. and this kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, go ahead.
It's so important to hear you say that as a black man, bro. Like, for you to say that you understand that, you know, if anything, that black women have been that kind of gatekeeper, and to see that that is a current and recent and real shift that's happening. I think that is so important because we don't get enough of that. And it's just really nice to hear you say that. And I was going to say, but you corrected yourself, because I've seen a lot of people saying, like, look at this with the black women. These blatantly look like young girls to me.
Yeah, very young. If we look at them, very young.
Big Mouth Massa. 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 Big Mouth Massa.
You're very young indeed. Very young indeed.
It's very young, and it's still disturbing to see, right? Because, you know, it's the rap song, and the end of the rap song, she asks who you with, and then switches to, you know, a slave. I forgot what the word is, but you know, slavery music, and saying that that's my massa, and a man grabbing a black woman, like a girl. And I just think that, number one, this is, I think, shocking to see. I think I'm fair to say this is shocking. I don't expect to see black girls or black women doing this consistently, although I'm not saying that this will not be the future now, but I'm just saying that this is what I'm saying in regards to the shift. I think it's noticeable to say that it's the young girls. So this is where I'm starting to realize that actually this kind of narrative and this divestment thing is starting to delve younger to the kids, right, who might not necessarily know about the background, might not being able to, like, you know, live the experience that we've lived, and now just doing this publicly. You can clearly tell that majority of these women, give it 10 years, 5 years, they'll turn around and be like, I'm embarrassed that I even did that, right? It's on a TikTok, they did it, they're young, it was silly, it was dumb. I don't think this is a black women kind of thing. And I hope I'm making sense on that, you know?
Yeah. But what I'm showing you guys is these things, they start as a trend, and they're a trend that is the tip of an iceberg that represents something else. And before you know it, they spin out. Just like the divestment movement, it starts as a small thing, but what I try to do is I always try to play dominoes and break down why something is happening. And when you listen to, say, the divestment community, they're very different from the historical black men seeking out non-black women community. I don't know what that was called. But what their thing is that they don't feel safe, they don't feel protected, they don't feel valued, they don't feel like they're heard, they don't feel protected, and these kind of stuff like that. While the black men, they were seeking higher status, they were seeking what they believed to be physically more attractive. You see? So
but even sometimes it's not even a higher status thing, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like the everyday guy who does it is not necessarily with a high status white woman.
Oh, when we say high status, this is the shocking thing. What we mean is some people, more so historically, whatever, they will view that it doesn't matter how the physical shell of the white woman looked. The fact that that white woman was a white person, that was the status. You get me? Like, I have a white woman. So
and that's why it's so important for you to go back to the origin or something, because it needs to be clear. Like, that is what it stemmed from.
That's where it stemmed from. Because remember, once again, white, like, we can say what we want about European white men and how brutal they were, but one thing that they did very correctly and very, very consistently was defend white women. They defended white women to the point of they became evil. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the I forget because it's late, my mind's gone. But what was the young boy they murdered? I'm bad guy.
Till.
Till. If they attacked this young man, where they went to his house disguised as a police officer, took him away from his family in front of everyone, because allegedly he whistled at a white woman who was selling stuff in the shop, whatever it was, right? So that was the length they would go to when they would lynch up black men and burn them. It was because allegedly the men had sexually assaulted a European woman. When they burnt down, yeah,
as well.
it was man. When they burnt down in America the Little Africa, the Black Wall Street, it was because allegedly a black man was arguing with his so-called white girlfriend in the elevator, and she ran and told the European community, and they went and bombed the entire thing. So this is the length they will go for historically to defend white women, and it's very important that black people know that. And unfortunately, some confused black men will see that after that's passed, that being allowed to be intimate with a white woman is success. By marrying a white woman is success because it's been deprived for you for so long that this is the value. But how we have to train black men, the unsynchronized, is by saying when you were being murdered and killed by all these people, including the white women, it was the black women who protected you, innit? It was the black woman who nurtured your wounds and looked after you and fed you, right? And because we haven't achieved justice yet, before we can go outside our community, we have to fix within our community. So these kind of philosophies I would recommend. But we have Brother Kel here. Welcome, Brother Kel. Just joined the thing, the broadcast.
How you doing, family? How you doing?
Welcome.
Yeah, brother. We do have to keep away from this divestment and manosphere groups, brother. They're very, very dangerous. And I was just looking at that video that you played and stuff, and I've said it before that we have to hold the unsynchronized Africans accountable. They are the reason why non-African people can behave the way they are towards us. I mean, sometimes you walk on the street and a non-African woman, because of the unsynchronized African man, they believe that you want them. They've got this, it's almost as if this instinctive mindset that he's going to want me, and I do hold the unsynchronized African men accountable for that, because some of us just want to be with our own women. And it's not no disrespect to the non-African woman and stuff, right? I mean, they have their beauty, but the African woman is the blueprint of their beauty. So the solution, brother, is how do we tackle the unsynchronized African people? What do you propose do we do with them, brother?
Yeah, well, I think in regards to, say, on this show, we start with a question about a person's views on black love and black relationships, and if it doesn't correlate with what we already established that we're not on the same path, and we then have to ask, like, what are your views on this thing? Yeah, what are your views on this thing? And if it doesn't synchronize, then at least from this standpoint, then we make it very clear the separation between ideologies. I think one thing we will have to be doing now is, like, for example, I was listening to some music from America from the mid 2000s, the mid 90s, and I realized that that's naturally all the black artists had black women as their wives, or the romantic person that the singer or the rapper is trying to get the attention of. And then I remember they started changing in the 2000s, where it was all multicultural. Like, even though the singers and rappers were the same, black people, the love interests had changed. And this is something that I think there needs to be awareness of. I think people were saying that it was more beneficial to have different people because, wider appeal, which I disagree with. I think even that kind of thing, like, whenever you can show black love or black interest or black beauty in a constructive, high principle way, is what we should be doing. And also changing the narrative, like that officially black men and black women are what we will do. And so with the whole first, Sister Christian was saying that if we don't control any media, then we can't really change their views. But if a narration happens, we can let them know that actually, because black people are collectively inadequate, and we have troubles with self-esteem, we would prefer that when you're doing your shows on the black community, that you would show constructive black man, constructive black woman, rather than anything else. Just like,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, do you want to finish off? Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say was because with the LGBT community and these other kind of alphabet kind of stuff, what they do is when they talk, they go, "Oh, you know, we want women to have this name, and we want men to be pregnant, and all this kind of stuff like this, right? This is bad. This is this is what we want. This is what we want for these reasons." So I think black people can say the same, isn't it? Yeah, because we're trying to fix a self-esteem that comes from years of oppression. We only want to systematically see black men constructed black man, constructed black woman, and that will be a part of the solution to our community. So actually, by doing this, you're going to fix the black community. Just talk like that, isn't it? And if you don't do this, you're destroying it.
Could we then say that I've said this before, this life is very political, and whatever political agenda you have, you'll be campaigning it. So if, for example, an unsynchronized African who's in an interracial relationship or wants to speak in our community, can we then say, whether it be in the public or behind doors, that you are not qualified to speak on our issues? Could we then say something like that? Because I was on a show one time, and there was a brother from our community, and he was behaving very erratic and had hidden he had hidden thoughts towards an African female, right? And I was just observing him. I was thinking something doesn't seem right. And then at the end of the dialogue, that he has, he's in an interracial relationship. So I said to him that, brother, all due respect to you, are not qualified to speak on our issues. Now, there were African females in there, and automatically they would say, no, he is qualified because he's in an interracial relationship. And I was explaining to them that the moment you allow him to speak, all he's going to do is confuse you and explain to black men why you shouldn't be with the black woman, why it's better to be with non-African women, make up all these excuses. And at the same time, I said to him that you are committing genocide to your race. Now, it made him think. But what was very interesting is that those who want change and those who are displeased with black men or black women and stuff like that, they were still defending him and saying that he's qualified to speak. How do we tackle them, Brother Raven?
I think we have to have rules set. I get rules for rule sets, right? And we also have the purpose. It's like, no matter what happens, if I'm being honest, I can always tell when a person is practicing interracial relations, more so marriage and children, this kind of stuff, because literally, especially with black men, you'll see an extreme dedication to that one topic, and no matter what you say, it will come back. So you can easily guess. And I try to be very kind when I speak, to not try like highlight a person and really, make them feel a certain way. But this is what the thing. But and Brother Kel, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying, as in having a tick point of who can represent the community in certain kind of certain kind of topics or whatever it is, and it's like, but that's why I say, like, black love is part of the solution, isn't it? Like, you'll be very hard for you to tell me that a community can exist if you don't have the primal ways of making the people. It makes absolutely no sense. And that's what we're dealing with. You tend to see, like, it's amazing at the amount. It's more so a media thing though, where you see so many prominent black men who don't pick black women, and I just don't think it's a good branding thing for black love. Really, I think we need to recampaign how to get positive images of black men and black women, black families. Like, anything else doesn't work in our best interest. It just doesn't, regardless of what's being practiced or not. It needs to be a conscious thing. And that's the thing. I think maybe part of the teaching is to teach, regardless of what people find themselves in, right? That even though you might be practicing a certain thing, surely you believe that from a community standpoint, we shouldn't even talk about that. Yeah, that's maybe that could be part of it as well. As in, like, I understand that you might actually be, you know, you might be not married to a black woman, but surely when it comes to us making campaigns, you would only want to see black man, black woman, because we have so limited output, so limited resources that we can't, if our 5%, then mix that into 2.5% of content. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's what I was always speaking out against a lot of these black love. The funny thing is, though, I come across a lot of mixed, not mixed, that's the wrong word. Black, black, what do you say? Black woman to black. I don't know what you say. Black person to white person love pages. You can find them on Instagram where they've been set for that purpose, and they just document black people who want to find white people for marriage and stuff, and then there's pictures of the weddings and this kind of stuff. So what's very interesting about those particular pages is you'll never get one black woman for black man in it, but in a black love page you will get a black person with a non-black person. So I think, once again, I think what you're saying, Carl, is very true. I think black people have to have a very 100% ratio of rule sets, and if you are married to a non-black person, you cannot speak on, especially black love campaign stuff, whatever. I think that is something that we should maybe bring up. Maybe we should have a conversation. What do you think, family? Those in the forum, some of you probably might be in multiracial relationships. Who knows? Do you feel that if you are married to a non-black person, you should be a public representation of black love or black people, black issues? Let us know what you feel. Brother Kel was saying that no, because you might be compromised into being dedicated to promoting unions that do not unify black man and black woman. Very interesting to talk about. And then you might get the arguments of, well, what about the black women who desperately wanted to find a black man but they couldn't, so they end up with a black non-black person? Interesting. We'll see what I'm saying. But yeah,
there is something else, Brother Raven. It's very controversial, brother, but we have to speak about this. I've noticed that the African women in ancient times, there were problems with the African man. Of course, there was discrimination, but at the same time, she more focused on the code of conduct before her feelings, emotions, and imagination. There is no other woman that used to do that on the planet except for the African woman. Due to what's happened to us, I've noticed that they seem to, and this is perhaps Sister Kushti could help out with this and give some good reasons why. Well, I've noticed that they seem to use their feelings, emotion above the code of conduct when it comes to their gender. And it's very problematic. They'll seem to overlook because it's a female. They'll seem to, compromise, etc. And these types of mindsets, it's not from ancient ways. So I was wondering, is that how do we tackle that? And is the synchronized African women, are they willing to go toe to toe with the unsynchronized African woman to let them understand that your code of conduct comes before the feelings? That's my question.
Okay, so you're talking about that sometimes people use emotions and these things to dictate what they want, and maybe other women should. And I guess this bleeds into because Empress Kushi just said something about she appreciates me speaking on men issues because maybe as a woman she might not be comfortable to talk on it, and she might be misconstruing to do something else. And you're saying there's a value in when an unsynchronized woman does something that other women correct that behavior. Is that what you're saying, Robert Kel?
Yeah, but I've definitely agreed on where, even if I don't feel like it's like I believe basically what I'm saying is I believe by that standard. I believe it's not going to work with women speaking to men at this point with the issues that we have within our community with the men. I think it's a man has to talk to the men on that one.
Yeah.
Equally, I believe that women should be talking to the women when they're doing things that are not best for our community as well. I agree on that. But I do believe that that's happening. You know, it might not be happening as much, but I do believe that there is spaces where that does happen. You know, I still believe that women are held to, especially black women, are held to a standard which is very high.
Yeah.
And I still believe that if they break any of those kind of standards, the result is much more tougher than it is for a man for many different reasons. So yeah, I do think that they are getting held to a standard. I think they could be a bit more, but I do think that that's happening.
Sister Kushti, I disagree with that. All due respect, yeah, is that when I look and observe the non-African woman, the European, the Middle Eastern, and the Asian woman, they're very emotional, very, very highly emotional, have emotional intelligence, etc. However, and by the way, this wasn't like that in ancient times. What I'm referring to now, they seem to like say to themselves, "If I use my feelings against the men from our community, we cannot uplift the system called white supremacy." What I get from them
Give
is
an
that they'll
example. Just give an example.
so when they're in their groups and stuff, right? And you know, they won't, for example, with Adele, the singer, who has you know, market herself as the genius talented of the African woman. Her and her husband didn't you know, there was some problems, but yet still they said to themselves, like, we're not going to publicize it too much, but here's this generational wealth from me, and here's the generational wealth from him as an ex-husband, right? When it comes to certain issues, there was a time, I don't know if you or Brother Raven has ever watched Dr. John Henry Clark when he's debating, and this is years ago in the 90s, but there was a European woman, right, that basically she was saying that, you know, the ancient Egyptians couldn't have been black, etc. But the moment like Dr. John Henry Clark was putting her in her place and stuff, right? Although the other European men were going against her in the beginning, they seemed to formulate, and then she would put down her feelings to connect with them, and there would be no disorganization. This is what I'm talking about, Sister Kushti, is that the African synchronized females, right? They need to understand, or due respect to them, that the unsynchronized African woman is not your friend or part of the family. She's actually trying to destroy the community, just like the unsynchronized African men. So that's what I'm referring to, is that you cannot see them as equals. They are your enemies, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but I've okay. The only thing we disagree in is that you're saying that you don't think that they're doing it, period. And I do think that synchronized black women are speaking out against things that are actions that have been done by unsynchronized black girls. I think that I have seen that. But other than that, I agree with you that, you know, black women should be talking up about issues, especially done by black women. Unless I'm missing something that you're saying, bro.
I think maybe what you might be saying is when a black woman is unsynchronized and dedicated to undermining black progress,
yeah,
a separation should be made between the synchronized black woman and the unsynchronized black woman, from the standpoint of the black woman, as in this woman is no longer working in the best interest of black people collectively or in any form. So a separation is made mentally or something, or maybe something like that. I assume.
So what for example, that black woman in America who loved Donald Trump. What's her name? Candice Owen.
Okay, that one. Yeah. There's a lot of them, but that one is one of them. Yeah.
Right. So she does, and especially at that era, at that time, right? She was doing some very unsynchronized thing as a black woman, and she was getting slew. She was getting shut down for that. So there are examples of when black women do certain things, they do get shut down. I'm not saying that they're not doing it enough, but I'm not saying that I can't say that there's not examples of that. But there is definitely I agree, there is a separation between Candice Owen and black women, I find. No one really associates. She's like a one-off. People don't associate her as with blackness. Though she's a black woman and everything else, we disassociate her because her mindset, as you were saying before, Brother Raven, is so off the grid. So do I believe that should be happening more with black women who demonstrate that? Yeah, I do think that it should be shut down. I do feel, right, that perhaps as a woman, because I believe, and I think that this is when we really need to do a subject on, is where I believe that the difference between the like what Brother Raven's saying, where this is a recent thing with black women and with black men, this has been an ongoing thing. So that's the only thing that I acknowledge why this is coming about with black women. So, for example, the divestment community, I literally disregarded it. I didn't even believe it was real. I just thought it was a YouTube thing, and I just didn't think it was a real thing. Of course, look what we're seeing with the TikTok and how it's reaching young people, like the TikTok video that Raven just showed, how it's going to young people and things like that. And when some of the links were getting chucked out, I decided to watch some of them, and it wasn't what I expected, right? Because of course I only heard from angry black men about she was this, she was that, she was that. But as what certain people who I've seen review it, both black men and black women, said, that they have raised some issues that are not getting answered, and that I can understand. There's some things that are raised that we even raise here on our channel that are issues. We can all agree that they're issues. What I don't agree with is the rhetoric, the disrespect, and everything else that comes with that. But I'm not going to detach that the issues that they're saying that they're seeing, the fundamental of this is because this is the frustration of these issues that are key issues. And if you do not fix these key issues, this is what happens. This is just the evolution of it. And I feel that the biggest shock for us within the community is the fact that it is actually happening to black women. Because even me saying this as a black woman, it was just like, you just, as bad as it sounds, I thought nothing would shift black women to doing this collectively, publicly on a YouTube channel. I would never thought that this moment would ever happen, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The way that they say it and things.
Here's what I've noticed. I've noticed that there were former channels that were pro-black channels that have turned into either divestment or
the lead divested channels as well.
Yeah,
like small divested channels, and that's what I said to you. That's what I was shocked about when I looked into some of this and looked at their history. Some of these lead people things that people were screaming the names of, like the Cynthia G's and the Paris. All these women started off as staunch military pro-black women. You've got to think, how did that happen? Yeah. What happened?
That's why I have to play dominoes, and that's why I'm a bit silent on. I'm seeing it more as like new age trauma, than like actual self-sabotage, open self-sabotage. I think it's more like a new age trauma, and I really do see the legacy of it comes from back-to-back behavioral patterns from actively visual black men. Like,
hey, but Brother Raven, all due respect, brother. All due respect, brother. We were enslaved, brother, and a lot of us betrayed each other in enslavement. But the black woman and the black man did not say to themselves, because we keep getting betrayed, let's not fight. You understand what I'm saying, bro? It's too much as an excuse, right? The European woman, the Asian woman, the Middle Eastern woman, brother, every day they're getting betrayed in their community, right? But they're willing to die for this code of conduct to keep their race in check.
Yeah, but Cal, that's a different dynamic. You just said that the black man and the black woman had been backstabbed and never did they say give up, right? But we're talking about the black woman on her own. This is what we're talking about. So how long can one of a fairer sex, right? The woman's supposed to be the fairer sex, right? She's supposed to be the one that's protected. How long, how many decades do you expect someone to keep screaming trauma and get ignored? You're saying, you know, the white woman doesn't do this because you know why? Because even if the white man is doing this, or there's a collective of a white man that's doing this, the system of white supremacy will protect her. The black woman don't have no supremacy to protect them. The one thing they have to protect. This is what I'm saying. You can't. If we're going to talk about this real, right? And this is what I'm saying, right? I don't want to be the mouthpiece for them, right? I think I've fully understood here to know where I am or what. Anyways, what my truth is, right? But we have to talk to this properly, because I do believe that this is why I'm always hesitant to just link them the same. I do think that this stems from trauma.
Yeah. So let me jump on, brother Cal. So before we do, I've got one. Before you get there, one thing I'm trying to say is divestment and whatever the black male equivalent is doesn't benefit black community at all. But the way I've chosen to approach it is a solution is to focus on the male variant first as the primary, because from my observation, by fixing the male dynamic, the women will fall in line, meaning it is the unsynchronized male behavior when it comes to not building, abuse, dating out heavily, and all other kind of stuff that is that the black divestment community are reacting to. It's not an equal ground. Even though I don't agree with both the outcomes, I understand that it's a domino effect. And when we look at Sister Afua, when she's speaking, like right now, Sister Afua is trying to get justice for black women who were abused and raped in the olden days as well as today. And what she's finding is there isn't enough. There is more women who are willing to fight for the women than men. And this is an argument that the divestment community are saying as well, that yes, we understand all communities have abusers, but at the same token, we don't seem to have the brave men to step up and say, I am against this, I stand with the women. So we'll listen to it for 5 seconds.
Yes, blessed love family. So everybody's talking about Tim Westwood, aren't they? Everybody's on the bandwagon, jumping up and down, talking about Tim Westwood, something that the community have known about for a very, very long time. But you've got people that are making commentary, people from our community, them that say they are about the community, okay? And many, many others that never usually talk about these things, jumping on the bandwagon, talking about Tim Westwood. But hold on a minute. Vincent Rat from Rat Security used to provide Westwood security. Yeah? The them that I've called out were his security. And they were also his close protection. Certain people that I've already called out. So how is it that because it's a white man, all our brothers are jumping up and down, jumping all over it, talking as if they care about the sisters? The other thing, look, you know what, my brothers and sisters, join me tomorrow evening.
So I'll just show an example for you guys. But this is like a microcosm of some of the complaints that some of the black women are having. And obviously our job is to rise up to it and correct it. But I don't see the unsynchronization of the black man and black the same. I see the outcome the same, but I see the solution focused on fixing the black man first, personally. But go ahead.
Brother Raven, right? We have to be very realistically with our situation, right? Now, the black man, brother, we have to campaign that there's a difference between synchronized African men and unsynchronized African men.
True.
Me as a Pan-Africanist, brother, Garvey, I'm going to be really honest with you. I have no sympathy let alone empathy for unsynchronized black men or unsynchronized black women, right? And the reason why that is, brother, is that if our ancestors in enslavement understood, if we focus on the bad apples who helped the power structure prevent us from getting liberated, right? If they did that, brother, and fought and got out of the situation with a small minority, then we must do the same thing as well. Now, I do agree with Sister Kushti on that, right? In political science, the unsynchronized African woman should not be attacked in the wrong way. She must be attacked for unsynchronized ways, but any form of physical or anything like that should not be attacked at all, right? Same thing with the African man. Now, the sister that you put on there, right? All due respect to her, and I know about this, brother Raven, because I have family members, females, who've done a lot of organizing. She needs to go to the unsynchronized African men. You see, we keep talking about unsynchronized African men doing this, but the reality of them, they're very clear. Why doesn't the black woman seek out the unsynchronized black men who are collectively doing things? This is what Harriet Tubman did. Do you understand? This is what Rosa Parks, they all did it. Do you understand? Why is it that it's different now? That's my question.
So, in all of this context, this sister is really well connected to every single Pan-Africanist, every single religious, righteous black movement since the 80s, I think 80s and 90s. And what she, because I've worked with her quite closely, and what she found is in this particular campaign, when it comes to trying to get justice for women who were abused, there's a very small number of black men, whether they're synchronized or not synchronized, who are willing to step up and support. And because of it, she's still a Pan-African, she still loves black men, whatever, but she's concerned. She's very concerned. And this seems to be a microcosm of a complaint that many black women are having when it comes to a collective visual of black men defending black women from abuse and this kind of stuff. Even though clearly there are black men who do this, but we're saying that in these kind of campaigns, in these kinds of things where the ball's rolling, there isn't that many jumping out. And she's reaching out to synchronize black men who, and of course they are there, But what I'm saying is the numbers ain't as if you have more women than men when it comes to defense of the front line, then that means there might be something wrong in the community that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, but Brother Raven, I could give you historical facts right now, right? Brother, Queen Erewhalo, she had to lead a campaigning against the black men in the time. There were more women for Queen Erewhalo, who was born in Somalia, than the actual men. It's no different now, Brother Raven. You're always going to get a small amount that's going to help with the collective. This is nothing new. This is what I'm saying, is that we have to understand African political science, what we went through, the social hierarchy and what it led to. This is nothing new. There will be a small amount, because at the end of the day, there's more unsynchronized of us than synchronization. We have to focus it on the white supremacy and stuff, right, than on each other. Because if our ancestors, brother, and I said this again, and I'll repeat myself again, if they understood, we cannot keep focusing on the unsynchronized Africans who betrayed us in our enslavement. We have to keep fighting. Why should the blueprint change now? Because all of a sudden, people are believing that, the black men are, they're not doing what they're supposed to be. The black man has never done what he's supposed to be doing, the unsynchronized one. This is nothing new, Brother Raven. So should we focus on historical, bring that back, and understanding?
There's been several, but in those times, right? I mean, when you say they've never done it, what are we talking about? There's always been these leaders, or there's been, I don't think we've ever been dismantled. I think this has been a work in progress to get us to where we're at now. But there's always been a balance, or people that you could pick out who are prominent and had stood firm. And a question of being pro-black and black is probably this day and age's question. It wouldn't have been a question when Malcolm X and others were there. This is what we've gotten to.
Yeah, but Sister Harriet Tubman says.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, bro. There's a lot of buts that the black women have to go through. That's a lot of buts. That's a lot of things. Like, for example, right, when there was a book or something that came out saying our black is marriage for black people or black women or something like that, and it all blew up again, and the debates about that, right? When I looked at Dr. Uma's response, he just blew up at everything. He didn't really check if the person was black. He found out the black person was black on a live. You know, he then thought that he wouldn't have been with a black woman. The person who wrote it's been with a black woman, married the black woman for several years. And the person in the book, right, actually made key points to why there's an issue with black women and black men dating together. Right, he actually put, so maybe the title was you know, a bit dramatic, right? It was gaslighting, it was to draw him in, but the points that he was saying in the actual book were reasons to why it was happening. And he did include reasons of white supremacy and, you know, the black men in jail, and, you know, but they made a lot of prominent points in there. And Dr. Umar, instead of to focus on those points, he was just kind of like, regardless, the black woman should stay. And this is what I feel that is not helping from our side. If the only answer you've got to the black woman is, yeah, I know it's bad, and it's hard to even get that, right? It's even hard to get acknowledgement of the problems that we're facing now with black men. Very rare for black men to sit down and say publicly that, yes, black men are at fault at these areas, right? That's even hard enough. So he says that, yeah, they might be this, and yes, you might have to go through this, and yes, a lot of them are like this, but put up with it. We got to come with something better than that.
No, but Sister, you're not understanding.
Because sorry.
Go on, Sister. Go on.
I'm just saying that telling women, black women, this day and age, that to just put up with it, I just don't think that we need a better response to that. We need a better response to what is the issues. And even when we do go back to history, or we look at our ancestral histories with the people that you've mentioned, and the from one of the tribes where the women, when the black men didn't want to fight, the black women said, right, if you're not fighting, we'll fight. We've not always come up as a page. We've come up with women leaders in our communities before, right? We're not the same as the West. So when black women have felt frustrated or have looked around them and said, you are not doing what you are meant to do, what we know you are capable of, they have shut down in history. There's plenty of examples of it. Now, the way they're doing it now, I do not agree with, but I can understand what this is. I can see another form of shutting down. I can see trauma getting effect, and it's resulting in something that's ugly and worrying.
Sister Kushti, I can't remember who it was. I was telling someone last week on Brother Raven's channel. They made a comment in regards to that they were too extreme in the pro-blackness, right? And I gave an example that it's very important that we understand African political science, right? And I'll tell you why. That there are certain types of examples or words that a student of African political science will automatically understand. This is the code of conduct. For example, a student of African political science, when they hear that the European is an entity of the devil, they will never look at that emotionally. They'll understand code of conduct. Don't spend in their industries. Don't marry with them. Keep away from them. You see the difference? Now, when Dr. Umar Johnson, right, and I understand this because this is something growing up as well, they have to just stay. This means this: whatever's going on, code of conduct before feelings, emotion, and imagination. The European woman, Sister Kushti, right? She was treated as a vessel. She was enslaved. The children were slaved. Do you understand? But at the end of the day, Sister Kushti, when it came for them to organize, to take over each places on the Black planet, she put down her enslavement memories, her mistreatment in a profound exploit sexual way. What happened to she put that down. The Asian woman did the same thing as well. When they were getting burned and oppressed, they put it down. The Middle Eastern woman who was also oppressed by the Middle Eastern man, they put the feelings, emotions down and says, we want to build up the race, code of conduct first. The African woman, unfortunately, and the African man don't synchronize one. They don't want to put the code first. You will be tested with this code. You will have to go through trial for this code.
That's not
Are
fair
you willing to?
similarities, bro, because the white woman was still protected by the white law. The
How?
white woman protected.
Houses. I just told you example. Historically, there wasn't protected. It was the African man and woman that protected the European woman, Asian woman, and Middle East. It was we historically. We were their protectors. This is why we was able to get rid of enslavement in Europe, in Asia.
We know that they treated their women terribly. Yeah, they burnt them at stakes. They hit them over the head in the cave days. You know, plunk them overhead, drag them into a cave where we was in abundance. Right, we know their history, and they have been fighting consistently together. She never just took it. They've been fighting feminists. All of these things that have been coming in, leaking into us, is from them, from their women. Right, so they've been constantly fighting. What I'm saying is, at this day, as it stands now, from the back of them fighting with, I'm not saying this is a template. I'm not saying we should go down this route. What I'm saying that they're at there where they are now, on the back of having to fight tooth and nail for rights that was just afforded to us as a people because we understood the value of the black woman. We didn't have to fight. This wasn't a problem. We had black leaders. Right. Well, when we come to now, we are in white supremacy, where if a white man attacks a white woman, she will happily go and put his ass in jail because she is protected. She will cry. We've got Karens. Well, that's the whole point of a Karen. They understand their power. If a black woman is abused right now, she can't go to the police because it's bad within the community to go and tell anyone. We don't have no black security. And then we're telling her, sit down and suffer. And I'm saying it's not good enough, bro. We're going to continually lose. And if we're going to lose our backbone, yeah, and not really look at this, we're in trouble. If black women are saying this, we are seriously in trouble, you know.
I agree with that statement. If black women have collectively come to form movements that take them out of the community, then that means we're at a very dark place. But I mean, it was inevitable because of the level of mainstream unsynchronization from black men. And once again, yes, the one thing I agree with in the standpoint is I think Francis Cresswellson and Brother Neely Jr. Fuller took it really well, as in they always start by highlighting the reasons why it's so white supremacy and this kind of stuff, right? And they never vacate from that. There was no here's why it is, and only when you replace that with justice. But there is a part two to that, and the part two is how we live in that system. Is like we do have to fix certain things that come because of it, and if black women are complaining about unsynchronized, the amount of unsynchronized black men they're seeing, and the legacy of the behavioral patterns, then we should be able to get a consensus of black men speaking like, no, we are the synchronized black men, and we're gonna fix it, and you need to look towards us. Unfortunately, in the scenario with Brother Say's sister, Afua, she ain't seeing. She's a person who understands white supremacy. She understands. She's been doing it for years, but she isn't seeing the numbers of black men who take accountability to fix the issues that are in the community.
And this is the problem because Sister Afua is clearly pro-black. Yes. The women who turned her, who are one of the leading of these kind of movements, they were all pro-black. So we can't just say it was like, oh, you know, they've always dated them or they've always wanted them, whatever. You've really got to think to have a staunch view on one way and to go so far and publicly have these views. Like there's publicly videos of these women staunch pro-black.
I'm saying, right, that by doing things public, you're causing more harm to the collective because, as I said to you before, or due respect to the both of you and stuff like that, you're supposed to have unsynchronized African men and unsynchronized African, because, right, we have been worked on. And historically, Harriet Tubman said it best, right? I could have freed thousands about people, but they didn't understand that they were still
that there was still
they're not
slaves.
supposed to save everybody and stuff. What I'm saying is the question, right? Is that overlooking certain things for
Right,
our
that's what I'm saying. You see it as overlooking, and I'm seeing it as if I'm seeing a trend of not just unsynchronized people, but people who were synchronized, saying and giving examples. Like, this is why I feel that we should really have a proper deep conversation in this, because this is different. This is not the average unsynchronized person. These people were synchronized people.
Yeah.
But if every avenue they're saying, okay, look at, because when I expected to see something bottom barrel, you know, I got hurt, like what I've heard with the men's side, you know, I got hurt at 6. It is not that.
Yeah.
There's legit claims here. There's legit things of saying, you know, I've gone to these people. I was a part of like organizations that I don't want to mention because I have respect for, right? And they've said that they've gone and they've done this, and, you know, can we do this? Or can't you see there's a trend here? And there's been worrying things that have come back to them where they've believed into something, and that something did not live up to what they were supposed to do.
Yeah. Once again, I understand.
But what I'm saying is that it's not an overlooking thing. It's saying that my fundamental thing is, number one, if there's an issue where people are moving from one effective mindset to another, and they're like, you know, they're of clear mind and health and everything else, there's something to be said there.
Yeah.
And also telling women to just put up with it.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that always kind of gets overshadowed. It's not good enough.
Yeah. So just to be
What
clear,
is
for me personally,
their problems are.
Me personally, I wouldn't push forward, look over it. What I say is, ultimately, I don't agree with any unsynchronization from black males or black females. However, I do charge black men the responsibility of fixing it, and that comes from fixing black men behaviors first. And from my observation, once you fix black male behaviors, black female behaviors will follow suit. This is just the history that I've noticed. So I don't tend to focus on the complaints towards the unsynchronized black woman in this context, apart from fixing the complaints they have, and knowing that will correct the further unsynchronized
The outcome.
Yeah, I know, because like I said, black women tend to be more stronger, more pro-black in the sense of they understand how to make black people. They understand how to sustain black people, and they're more concerned about community generally, right? Even now, if you listen to how the divestors speak versus how, I don't know what the male versions are called, whatever, it's a very different narrative, a very different narrative.
Yeah.
And also, you tend to find that many of those kind of unsynchronized black women still respect as much as they can the concept of being black or
constructive black men.
Yeah. You see, it's a
and one second, brother Cal. I just want to touch on. I've noticed that as well, because again, not doing my own research and just hearing from other people's opinion, I just thought I expected a different way. But then I saw that I noticed that. Yeah. And you know what that shows me is that element of hope. That element of, if it does come your way, or it's like they call them unicorns. Like, you got to think about the mindset. They're saying that a constructive black man is a unicorn, right? So if you have, it's like getting the lottery ticket, like.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is, if you do get that, great. But reality is, and we're talking about just because we're not talking about this rubbish about a millionaire and you know. We're talking about constructive behavior.
Yeah. The thing is, let's open the thing in the sense of saying, definitely there are millions and millions of constructive black men and millions of constructive black women. So we're talking on that high minority of behavioral patterns that's causing, you know, people to think a certain way. And I know Clubhouse isn't the best app when it comes to like stuff, but it is a good microcosm. If you go on there and you see the discussions where it is led by black women who are critical of black men versus the other way around, you do see a slew of unsynchronized black men just rushing into forums, being very emotional, very unstructured and not listening to the requirements that should be like a basic necessity that most women have, right? Providing and protecting. So I think for me, it is focusing on
communication, just being able to articulate yourself.
Yes, that's another problem. Being able to
Raven,
talk.
Raven, right? As what the elders used to say to me and stuff, right? Unfortunately, brother, because the black woman's been let down, whether she is pro-black or not, if she doesn't uphold the proper code of conduct, brother, proper code of conduct is not allowing, because you are leading a movement more than men, to make you believe that you are more a leaderess above the men. You see, this is not African womanism, brother. Sometimes when there's a weakness in one partner, the other takes charge, but the other one who's taking charge shouldn't have the mindset of the Europeans in believing, well, I'm more manly or I'm more womanly now. It's supposed to be code first above everything. And this is what Sister Cushion needs to understand. If the code does not become before anything, we're not going to get free. We're going to have to overlook certain things due to our condition. I'm not saying like rape.
But what part of what Sister Cushy said makes you think
I'm not saying rape. I'm not saying rape. I'm not saying rape. I'm not saying domestic violence. But what I am saying is that if the European woman can hate Donald Trump and still vote for him at the end of the day, then we can say she's practicing code of conduct before feelings, before emotion, before imagining. The black woman must do the same thing, code before anything, in order for our liberation. That's the only way we're going to get free. Code before anything else.
One of the biggest problems is if we don't really try to listen to when women are saying, what they're, especially black women, saying, we're going to have a problem, because nothing I said says about not being within a code. I've just said it's not about overlooking, it's about understanding. Because I'm saying that there are clear issues that they're stating that are factual issues, that issues that we have mentioned, and that's why I think it stems from trauma. And Brother Raven has agreed, but yet it's only Sister Kushti that needs to understand, is worrying. Right? Because no way did I said that the outcome is a problem. I've said that the outcome is a problem, but I can oversee the situation. I can see the patterns. I can see where it stemmed from. I can see that this is not something that has been going on a long time. Like, can I say maybe it has been going on with black brothers? I can say there's difference. But yeah, I'm not understanding. So this is what I'm saying. It's this rigidness where it's this perception that we cannot within our culture and of us of pro-black can't look at a situation and look at it from all angles. I can look at it from all angles and still say that that's a problem.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that let me finish, bro. If I'm saying if us as people who's supposed to love our community, who's supposed to want to do things constructively, and then there's calls from black women saying that this is an issue, and then we're saying shut up and put up, it don't look cool, and that comes out of me not being on code. That's a big problem.
So let me jump in and say this. I think both are correct in one sense. So the ultimate goal of what Brother Kerr was saying is correct, as if you analyze other community groups, regardless of how they feel, they behave on a code way that they guarantee that the collective have better options. And the example given was, even though Donald Trump was alleged sexual abuser, the European women realized that by him being in power, more benefits will come towards their way of life. So they look past that kind of flaw. And what Coach Empress is saying is black women have displayed a long term of loyalty and stuff. But she's noticed something that's quite unique, that certain types of black women are changing their mind. So that means the complaints must be actually hitting fever pitch now. And she's reviewing the complaints and she's realized that actually there is some stuff here. So I think what we can do is we can all agree that ultimately unsynchronization, as in black people not being together, is problematic, and in order to fix that, let us actually review the actual complaints. And Brother Kelly saying you're always going to have unsynchronized men, and that's just how it is. I think Empress Christian is saying that actually the numbers are becoming more heightened, and the black women are struggling to find what they're defined
Well,
as a
it's not always
unicorn.
been like that with the black women, has it?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
thing's not always been like that with the black women.
But
And
the
like,
thing is, Brother Raven,
it's not
you've got
even.
to.
I mean, the Trump thing is like women weren't the only one voting. You know, he was appealing to a lot of people. It's a different, and this is what I'm
No,
saying.
the woman was voting the most.
You can't use the examples of other women because we differ. We're not protected. You cannot use black women in the same analogy. Like it's just easy to do that. And when a black woman
Sister,
is saying that to you, yeah, we need to be able to listen to that. You can't easily compare
sister,
our situations to
Hold on,
other
guys.
examples.
I did say before Governor comes in, there was a show I did a few months ago, and it was early TV show, so it didn't probably work to the best. But it was, and I've tried to invite certain black women on, and I know some people might disagree, but it actually is to. I remember starting the show to want to hear grievances about just life in general. Grievances about how it is to be a black woman, the challenges that black women face that people might be aware of. I think that might be a good start for the healing, as in like to hear the narrative of black women of how they view the world, how they view relationships, how they view support, lack of support, or what it might be. Just so we can, rather than have a predetermined way of talking, we actually want to hear what someone says, and then
Brother
go
Raven,
right it.
Even when you did those shows, the ironic thing about those shows is what happened, bro. The black women are hesitant to say anything bad about the black men.
That yeah, and that was my point. As in,
Brother Raven, as I said, there's nothing wrong with criticizing unsynchronization as long as you are not taking it personal to put down the black man or the black woman. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you have to do that in order to progress for our liberation. What I'm saying is,
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think and the thing, it sounds like you and Empress agree. It's just you're looking at it from different angles, and what I mean by that is Robert Kell is saying that yes, we should, all the complaints need to come out, but where he draws the line is where the conclusion is I'm now going to be unsynchronized. And to me personally, I agree 110% with that. As in, like, the reason I agree with it is because I'm looking at it from the long game, innit? And the long game is if I was an anti-black racist who despised black people, what and my greatest weapon has always been historically divide and conquer. I know that I can rob all your wealth today, and rob all your wealth and your knowledge of self, and then in 100 years you will look at me with all your wealth and go, this man is the most handsome man of all time. Look at his wealth, right? Not knowing that I stole it from you. And that's the long game that I'm aware of, that many black people won't be aware of. So I'm aware that no matter what, I must always be on code to never fall for that. But at the same time, there is the macro and the micro. And what's happening on the micro is there is a complaint that is heightening from black women who are all being consistently overlooked and under listened to. And we must take a time to listen to them. And yes, we don't agree with some of the conclusions that many will come through, but let us listen to them so we can actually add a solution so the others don't end up falling down the same path.
Brother Raven,
All I've been
we've
saying
been
the whole
listening.
time, like that's all I've been saying the whole time, is that this is not a trend where this has been going on for as long as we know back when, like we can say for some unsynchronized brothers. If this is something where you've turned, because we know anyway, statistics, everything shows that black women have been loyal to the black man, right? So if there is a turn where we're not talking about the fringe or the marginalized people who have just been radical or self-hate or don't like it, we're saying that the majority of normal people, and if these kind of women are turning, because from what I'm looking at, these are those type of women they kept on, when you hear their testimonies, a lot of them say that they were pro-black, or, they were what we might have classed as synchronized, right? So if they're saying that they were this and then they turned, and you are of pro-black mindset, for you to say, hold on, there's a pattern here, and this doesn't look too good.
Yeah.
Why are they doing it? And I've
Yeah.
said several times, I do not like the outcome. And if we can't do that, or if that gets shut down, you're just doing what they say happens. What I always say that doesn't happen, because that is the typical, that is the typical talk of people of pro-black that I had never experienced unless when I came online. That's why I was so like, that's not necessarily how it always is, but I can see it in some elements, and I just think that we need to be aware of that. To be able to talk about something does not say you're promoting something. It's saying that I have the capability to understand something and also delve into why something happened.
Let's be clear. Once a person openly promotes any kind of behavioral pattern that is unsynchronized, as Brother Carol says, they lose speaking rights in the community. It's one of those unfortunate things, right? It's almost like when someone if someone is trying to cure a cold and they catch a cold, then they have to be removed from other people, because they might also give other people the cold, right? Even though they're trying to fix it with them. And it's one of those unfortunate realities. But saying that, the complaints that a person makes could be valid. And in order to prevent that cold or that idea from spreading, we must listen to them to offer solutions. That's my opinion for it, right?
Well, Brother Raven, right? There have been many, many complaints in our community, right?
Yes.
Now, the solution is, brother, it's a very, 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 very easy solution. You're going to have to overlook a lot of things in order for our liberation. Historically, we did that in enslavement, and we did it after enslavement. Why am I saying this for? Is realistically, right? Because there's so many unsynchronized black people, right? You're going to have to maneuver and overlook and gather the collective. I'll give you an example. So there was an issue with Malcolm X and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? Now, some things didn't need to be said in public, right? And the reason why that is, right, is because when you publicize things in public, you give the enemies reasons to sabotage, divide, and conquer. So some things, although it may seem detrimental to our minds, but if we use the code of conduct and say liberation first, and then we can tackle that, we will more prosper. But what we like to do is, brother, is that we want to speak about our complaints, right? And non-African people hearing it, capitalize on that, and then grow a more unsynchronization. And then they go against the small minority of synchronization. This is what I need, beloved Sister Kusha, to understand.
No, you
I'm not
don't
saying
need,
we should.
but you need to understand, Candice. You need to listen to what I'm saying, because you're preaching to the choir. Nothing that I said has said against that. But you're not listening to me, bro.
But hold on, fam. Let me just add one other angle that might make it a bit more smooth. I think Brother Cow is correct.
Wait, because I didn't say, number one, that any of those individuals need to speak for black women, constructive black women or pro-black women. Have I ever said that? No.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking for them to speak. I'm not asking them to be I'm not saying that they should. Hold on, bro. I'm not saying that they should speak onto the issues.
Yeah.
I said I listened to their points, and some of those matters we who love black people should look into.
Yeah.
I need to understand why that is an issue.
But before the answers there, before I forget, it's a very important point. What was it there? My mind's going with you. What I was trying to say was, before you answer that, yeah, that's the point I was going to say. Sometimes the context is important. So, for example, behind the curtains challenges, I agree we should find ways to fix that behind the curtains. However, I think what the complaints are from these women are the public known stuff, the things that are consistently known and publicly viewed. So everyone is aware of it, and they're reacting to the public stuff, not the behind the curtain stuff. I wanted to give that context because that might make the conversation make more sense. So the example that Brother Kel done was they were behind the footage stuff that could have been fixed behind the curtains. Well, I think what the black women are complaining about, those particular divestors, whatever, are collective behavioral patterns that are happening constantly in the public eye that everyone is aware of and everyone publicizes, but it's actually becoming a problem to maintain.
Yeah, it's not exposing nothing. It's nothing new.
Yeah, it's things that it's like, videos coming out of this and videos coming out of that, and so okay, well, this behavior is very hard to manage, and I'm not seeing I'm seeing a heightened behavior of it, so I'm struggling to find a decent black man in a certain area who doesn't practice.
You won't see, Brother Raven, because, as I said already, there are more unsynchronized African people.
Oh, very true.
So therefore,
we all agree on that. We've all said it individual times, a million
so
times.
that means that, or due respect in that, right? Because that is the reality, right? Then the complaints, right? Although it's detrimental, even the complaints of the black man when he keeps moaning about the black woman, he's going to have patience, overlook a lot of things in order for the code of conduct to gather the people. That is all I'm saying. We're going to have to overlook.
I'm not saying that isn't true, like, because me personally.
Okay, I can say, that is the harsh reality, what Brother Cal is saying, right?
Yeah.
So the harsh reality is, sistering, amongst everything that you're seeing, and especially in America, right? Because this is where, for me, it's birthed, yeah? And they've got higher statistics and more dire, it's just a bit more worse. Not to say we're not going there, but I just feel like it's worse there, right? I just feel like the harsh reality is what you're saying to these sisters is, you see it, these are facts, these are happening, but you must ignore and persevere, right?
Here's the thing, Sister Kushti, right? Me as African descendant, right? For all African descendant males, whatever African woman you choose, you're going to have to pick up the baggage, what the African men in her life, whether it be her father, uncle, or whether it be brother, has damaged her. So here's the thing in that, because this is a fact in our community, it's not for me, an unsynchronized man, to go in public and start talking about things where we're going to have to do anyway. It's the same thing with the African woman. Whatever African man you choose, you're going to have to pick up the pieces that the females in his life, whether his mother, sister, grandmother, has destroyed him. You're going to have to overlook that, and you're going to have to focus on the code of conduct, because we suffer from post-traumatic slavery disorder and colonization.
Right. And they'll turn around and
That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to overlook things.
Right, but then there has been an argument said, and I've heard people say that you come on this panel and said that it's down to what the black woman's picked. So at one hand, you're just saying, well, we know that it's slim pickings, but you're just gonna have to put up with the baggage. And this is what I'm saying to you. If this is it, and this is the harsh reality, then this is what we're saying. It's the harsh reality. But understand what it sounds like. Understand what you're telling an individual, young women growing up in this, looking for people. Understand the reality. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe I just don't like the reality. I don't think that reality is going to be good enough.
Now, I'm glad you said that, beloved, because, right, and this is no disrespect, is that we can honestly say that when it comes to females, they prefer to get out of the reality so they don't have to face, right, the reality. You see? Now, what I'm saying is the right, is that we are students of African political science, right? So what I'm saying is we have the cure, right? But this cure, what we're going to use, right? It's not going to be straight away. It's going to take time. So because we understand our history and what we've gone through, you're going to have to overlook while using the cure. That's all I'm saying. So the African youngling females are going to have to understand, because we've been worked on, right? You can have a parent, your parents could be together, but that doesn't mean that your mum and dad wasn't facing trauma of in their time and vice versa. So all I'm saying is, sister, is the code of conduct needs to be used, medication, step by step, to understand our reality. If we don't do that, we're going to be unrealistically and imaginative to the reality. You have to teach the little girls that unfortunately there's a lot of damaged black men, but the code of conduct, if you practice that and he practices that, right, it will limit certain diagnoses. If we don't do that, we're going to keep complaining and moaning, and we're not going to get anywhere, due to the fact that our reality is we are disfranchised people and we haven't been able to heal from our diagnosis, which is post-traumatic slave disorder and colonization disorder. All due respect to you.
I don't know, Brother Cal. If you're talking about being realistic and saying to people that to have that expectation for their daughters,
I think there's a middle ground, family, and I do think that there is a value in having a session to listen to the complaints of a group, and I think, you know, as long as we have a way of delivering information that it doesn't become a bashing session, whatever, that we can have. And to be honest with you, I'm just me being honest. There's obviously some who go overboard, but generally the divestment community, they are asking for particular things, like they want builders, protectors, well-to-do, high principle stuff. They're not asking for like, yeah, it literally is like, and the issue is of the synchronized black man is to make sure that we point them in the direction of the high principle black man, and try to.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just got to ask, what is your feelings about that then? So you feel that as well, that like, or not even feelings, that reality that Brother Cal was suggesting. I mean, just saying that out loud.
What is the question? Or what?
Just a matter of fact of, you know, that just literally saying to black girls that, you know, put up and shut up.
No, well,
I'm not saying that, sister. It's Sister Kush, all due respect to you, right?
But you said that, you know, that you got to understand that the black boy will have luggage, right, and baggage,
right.
And I'm saying to you that
right.
I think you're both right, but it's delivery. And what I mean by that is this, right? The perfect example is this concept of the dark alleyway. I said it before. You know, your daughter, if we made a new community, the daughter should be able to walk down any road. But unfortunately, there's these people in the dark alley keep attacking people. And what we're saying is, if we just tell the daughter, don't go down there, she's going to feel away. So what we say is, we don't want you to go down there now. But what we're doing is, as we're taking to go down there, me and the other men, we're building lampshades and bright lights, and we're getting people to actually patrol down there. But it's going to take a few times. But we understand why you want to go down there. It's a shortcut and it's a better way home. So not to worry. But in the meantime, don't go down there. But know that we are working towards that, and here's the proof we're doing it. So it's almost like a way of communicating stuff that makes the people in the community feel like they're being heard and their opinions matter. You see? Even though we know that we don't have the resources to abracadabra unicorns today, unfortunately, right? But as long as they know they're being heard and we have a template that we're moving towards, even if the template is old and they might not be aware of it, I think there is a value in especially women feeling like they're being listened to. Just from my history, and I think there's a very big value, and I think we should execute that value, as in, like, let us listen to Black women who have legitimate complaints about stuff within the community. But saying that that's right, as in, like, there's certain things that we should keep within there, and we have to discuss what that might be. But generally, it seems the things that they complain about are universal concepts. Like the world knows it. It's not even like, oh, that's some mystery. It's like,
and when we had the discussion about Black love, it was one of the things that we also said that the Black women should be expecting. There was this whole narrative, especially, and it was like pushed by the Black men, saying that Black women's standards needs to be this and standards needs. It's such a contradicting message to then to go down to that message. Which one is it? So, and again, I am not for the divestment, but I'm confident in myself, in my works, in the way I move, the way I am, to be able to say that, okay, I can hear this problem, I can see a pattern, and we need to be able to do that. We need to be able to do that. That's it. It's not to push. It's not to hide. It's not to say that they're a representative. It's not to give them any kinds of, like, stand in or anything like that. It's just saying those certain things. And the reality of, and I did say that some of what Cal said might be the hard facts, but they just might not be good enough facts right now. And that's not to say that. That's not to say, but that's also not to say that there is not constructive Black men. This whole notion that you might not see it in your road, area, estate, state, country. There is ways, if you really wanted to find a constructive Black man, that you could go and do that. If that is within your means, maybe it's perhaps not in someone's means. So I don't know. We just need to be able to have that higher level thinking with stuff certain times. It's not just because you mentioned that you're not this or you're just not that. It's not that.
Just with Raven gave an example, an analogy of going through the dark alley, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the thing, sister, right? It may seem harsh, right? But the reality is this: a student of African political science, right, who are synchronized, you cannot convince them, sister, that all non-African people practice unethical code of conduct. You cannot convince them. They understand the reality that I'm going to have to go through this world with non-African people, whether they are in religion or not, and understand that they cannot be redeemed from their unethical code of conduct. You see, just like on the flip side, beloved sister, when it comes to the unsynchronized African people, right, because they are so far gone, right, that you have to understand that they also have that mindset too. So when I'm making it very clear that there is nothing that you can convince me, not you per se, about the unsynchronized African, that you cannot tell your kids that these things will pop up in us as it pertains to unsynchronization. Brother Raven has the ability to be unsynchronized. I have the ability, so do you. So why would I, if I have kids, and not explain to them that we are intelligent, sick people, and because of what we've gone through, sometimes unsynchronization towards our people is going to come out. So here is the remedy to limit these things. But just remember, because we have been worked on, unsynchronization will always come out. Now that's reality. Now I'm not saying ignore the Black woman's problems or the Black man.
No, I hear you, bro. But that's for the average. That's the average person that's the synchronized person you're talking about. You're talking about the average synchronized person might have tendencies to be unsynchronized. That's just not.
I'm talking about all of us, sister. Exactly. That's what I need to listen, beloved. We all have that thing. So what I'm saying is, right, is because we all have it, right, you have to suspect that's going to come out in us. Your kids misunderstand that as well, right? So for the Black woman to keep talking about certain things, which she should, right, And Brother Raven saying that we should listen to them. But there's a difference between listening and hearing, Brother Raven, because you can listen to the black woman, but if you are not giving them the reality, then they have not been listened to, brother. They've just been misled, misguided, and lambs to the slaughter.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the women that the women are saying, right, that they're talking about, they're not talking about all black men, right? So that's why you've got the unicorns. They're saying that these are selective. There's a group, they're getting frustrated of the climate of black men who are consistently doing unsynchronized behavior, knowingly, not caring and doing it. That's what they're saying. They're not talking about the synchronized brother who has a tendency to be unsynchronized, as we all do. And this is what I'm saying about listening. I agree with you, bro. Everyone has the capability of doing it, but some people just sit in it. We all know that. Some people like wash themselves in it, like pigs in mud, and that's what they're complaining about.
But Sister Kushti, me as a father, right, I take care of my kids, everything. What I cannot base it upon just because I'm doing it, that is not an issue. We are all in this situation. And that's what I need to understand collectively, sister. And I am very unapologetic to say this. The black man is not doing what he's supposed to be doing. I've said this many times, Brother Raven show. I've said it in the past, why? Just because there are a little unsynchronization, sorry, that doesn't mean that there ain't more unsynchronized. And there is, sister. As I said, there's more unsynchronized black men than synchronized black men. So therefore, sister, we're all in the same boat. All of us are in the same boat. Even though I'm not doing what they're doing, I'm in the same boat because my gender is man, and the man, as it pertains to the African nation, not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So I am involved in that too. Brother Raven's included in that.
And I agree with all of that. That's different to what I was saying, bro. It's what I'm saying. I get that. We all are synchronized. I don't think that one person, or just because you claim that, you know, you're pro-black or you're not, then you're better than the other. I'm not saying that, right? I'm just saying that we all have a way of being unsynchronized. We're all doing that. No one's perfect, right? But what I'm saying is some people have what we've said this, right? That's the whole reason of the black builder and the black betterer, right? So we understand that there's degrees, correct? So what they are saying is the people who just sit in the unsynchronization and stay in it and glorify it and project it. We know these people. We complain about the same people. And this is what I'm saying, like, we need to just be a bit, if we're going to be realistic, we need to be realistic all around the board. Because that's what I'm saying, like, we need to just be able to listen. We all agree that those people are not good people. The difference is we're not sitting there and bashing all black people or saying it's all black people or even saying extreme things like don't have black boys or kids. And that's where I disagree.
But Sister Kushti,
we have to be intelligent enough to be able to do that. I can be one way and see something, you know.
But you do understand this is where the divestment and manosphere, they believe because this is going on, let's marry out of our race. But you do understand, Sister Kushti, with due respect.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the outcome that I say I don't agree on, and that's what I mean. I don't believe, and this is what I mean. This is, and and when we get to that point, you're not going to hear no problems with me. When you start saying that, you know, they're saying that we should eliminate black babies, you know, then we should just forget it all and marry out, and you know, that's why I said the trauma, the outcome of the trauma, I do not absolutely agree with. It's damaging and it's worrying. So I'm not, and this is what I'm saying, what Brother Raven was saying, that we agree on most things. I don't disagree with you on that aspect. I'm not saying just because it's there, just because you're frustrated, you should not then go onto a show and say, kill all black babies, don't have black babies. I can't roll with you on that. And if you're saying, where are the synchronized black women saying that is just not on, they're here. I'm saying it. It's not. I disassociate with that.
But don't you think it's disrespectful, Sister Kushti, that listening to the black woman's complaints, Is it just for sake of just listening to them so we can shut them up instead of giving them the reality that you're going to have to overlook? Don't you think that there's a problem with that?
That what you're saying about giving them the truth, the
Yeah,
reality.
like giving them the reality that unfortunately, right, just like in enslavement, you're going to have to overlook for your liberation. Now,
Well,
sister,
let me tell you something, Cal. Yeah, I don't think no one dares to say that, right? Because of how it sounds. Because you're effectively saying, "Put up and shut up," right? So they're saying, "Okay, this is happening. We've gone here, we've gone there. What's happening? Like, what? The Ivan's saying, what are the black men doing? They're saying, okay, they're doing nothing. The results go to white men." Right? That's what they're saying. They're not giving you no results, black sister. They're not telling you nothing. So you know what you do? Leave them and go to the white man. And then on our side, I feel like it just never gets into it. This is why I say we need to have a show for it. So I never see it getting delved like this. And you've come out and just said, put up and shut up. And I just don't think it sounds good. I don't think it's what people want to hear. I don't think people are prepared to say that to their young kids. And that's why I don't think you're going to have enough people saying it in the raw way that you've just said it. If I'm being 100% honest with
all due
you.
respect, beloved, this is why we are in the situation that we are, because why our liberation, sister, and you use these words, I wouldn't use these words, shut up and get on with it, right? Unfortunately, we had to overlook for our liberation. Now, historically, sister, as I said to you already, and I'm all about historical in order to improve the mistakes. We had to shut up and get on with it in our liberation in Africa, in America, in Europe. That was the main strategy. You see? So if you think, no disrespect to you, beloved, I'm going to get rid of that and have these types of talks like what the non-Africans do, and go around and around in circles, and not come with a solution that in order to get out of a situation, you're going to have to shut up and get on with it. The white man did it in the Civil War.
Solution, bro, I'll be real to you. Yeah, with all due respect, my beloved brother. Sisters ain't going to put, a lot of sisters are going to be like, that ain't good enough, bro. Why isn't the first answer, you know what, we've got to fix up our men instead of put up with it? How about, you know what, we're not going to let them put up with it anymore? Why is it shut up and put up?
Sis, right?
Bro,
Mm-hmm.
go on, I'm listening.
Unfortunately, here's the thing in that, right? I was talking to my kids years ago and stuff, right, when they were very, very young. And I gave them the reality, what was passed on to me, African political science and political science of African people. And I told my daughters that, first of all, they're going to be marrying African descendant. But I did say this, because there is an experience, right? Even if you do get an unsynchronized African man to marry, he's still going to have certain behaviors. So in order for you to help the community and that, right, you're going to have to overlook certain types of things in order to push forward the code of conduct for our liberation, right? Now, they understood it because the reality of it is that we are a sick, intelligent people, you see? We are going to display unsynchronization. Now, of course, there are levels of it. Brother Raven said it beautifully on the show. You've got the saboteurs in the back of the mind and in front of the mind. But if we remove that reality, beloved sister, and say to ourselves, well, you know, we need these types of change. And, you know, if we're going to, you know, where are the men and stuff like that? The reality of it is that there's going to be more unsynchronized than synchronized. So we're going to have to overlook it. Me, as an African man, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to have to overlook the African woman's certain things which she has been taught by the non-Africans to destroy her community. All African men have to do that. Or you're going to do what the manosphere do and say, this, I can't take this no more. Let's marry the non-African women, which is very interesting because if you do marry the non-African woman, it mimics the plantation. They were also overseers of your enslavement. They have the power. You don't. So the enslaved is oppressing the slave. Why I said is that we have to overlook, or we're going to be deluded, if that makes any sense.
No, like I understand where you're coming from, bro. And like I've always said, I agree with you way more things than I disagree with you on, right? And I've, you know, in a way, to hear you say it is needed. Now, I don't like what I'm hearing. I'll be honest with you. I don't like what I'm hearing. I don't think that's good enough, right? But we both want the same outcome. And I just think that this is something that there's not enough discussions on going that deep. And really, if you're going to be face to face with the sisters or the young women coming up, and that is what you're saying that we've got to tell them, I don't think that's going to be good enough, bro. And that's not me saying, but I understand that I'm not coming with anything better right now. And that's why I'm hoping that we can do this on another show. But I just don't think that that's going to be, I have to believe that there's something else. Because then where is the bar? If we're just expecting these from these brothers, why is it not the bar that we're just saying, this is enough, like this is worrying, we stop it now? Like if it is that, oh, women are just emotional and people have them kind of pre-notions in their minds about women, if it is that, let's be in that world like what Brother Raven does. Let's be in that world. Then where are the men to say, all right, they're getting a bit emotional now, let's shut this down? If it is that they're working in their emotions, where are the logical men saying to shut this down? I'm just saying, bro, there has to be
emotional. There's nothing wrong with being emotional, sister. Imaginative and feelings. Remember, imagination, having that core of our liberation, seeing the future is very important. A vision. There's nothing wrong. The problem is, if it overrides the code of conduct, we have a big problem. That's all I'm saying. And realistically, sister, right?
Yeah, we can agree on that point. That's a perfect way to say it. You
the thing is, Sister Kushti, it's for me. It's not for me to like, I'm right, you're wrong. Things I'm not having that. What I'm saying, beloved, is that sometimes, right, what I've noticed with the African females, right, is that, and I understand it's the way how they've been designed by the creator, is that they prefer to not face the reality because it's going to make them feel bad, right? And unfortunately, right, having this type of mindset due to our plight, what we're going through, right, is detrimental to our liberation. It's the same with the African man. He's became too emotional. And he's thinking to himself, why is the black woman acting like this? You hear it on the show, she's doing this, she's doing that. And he forgets the Willie Lynch that she's been worked on. And you're going to have to overlook certain things in order to help her for our liberation. We're going to have to overlook, beloved sister, and that. Or we're going to do what the manosphere, the divestment says, let's forget marrying with each other and marry out the race. That's the solution, sis. You know what I mean? And we have to be realistically with that. You know, we're damaged people, as you know. So there's going to be certain things. That's why I was saying to Brother Raven is that whether we're in public or on these shows, and at the moment an unsynchronized person speaks, we should shut them down. It works because it's like, when I said to the individual, you're not qualified. He started to understand, like, well, why is that? Because you're not with an African constructive black woman. Okay, but I'm pro-black. No, you're not. And this is another thing Brother Rave's going to have to tackle, this pro-black movement, because pro-black, what is pro-black? What does it mean? You know, what clothes do they have? You see? You know, because if you're pro-black and then you've given it up because something happened in that community, that's been unrealistically, you're going to get tested with the code of conduct, because we're people who have been tested thoroughly in history. So if you're going to go through something and say, you know what, I don't want to do this no more, I'm going to abandon the code of conduct, then you wasn't serious in the first place with our liberation, male or female.
It's intertwined, because there's some points I agree with you with, and there's some points that I don't. But I understand your reasoning behind it. And I understand that even if someone isn't a synchronized person, they will have things about them that's not 100% perfect, because we're not made to be perfect. We're human. So I understand that. But I do stand on the fact that they're talking about a different type. And, you know, when it comes to our young girls, we had a whole show on this about, you know, what is I forgot what the word was, but what is like a definite and what is something that you might not mind of a guy. So if, you know, we had a show on this, we had a whole show on how talking to women and selecting, we're talking about black women selecting better, and you'll hear a whole bunch of men talk about, well, it's the way the women select. And now we're saying, well, if that's what you've got there, you better just pick from that pool and just deal with his unsynchronized behavior. And that's not good enough. And this is what I'm saying. We really need to be clear of what we're saying, because we're not just talking about women, we're talking about young girls growing up. And we need to be able to have a better standard for them, for everyone, because she produces the black boy, the next king and the next queen for the future that will help the next generation. It's only beneficial. And I feel that there should be more narrative on men saying, okay, we need to fix up. That should be going forward, because this put up and shut up is not going to be okay. And it's going to be to expect black women to sit down and say that to their daughters. Now, I'm not saying, and I agree with you in regards to being realistic now, you know, being realistic in if you're in the West and depending where you're living and especially if you want them to date within there's a lot of realistic conversations that you have to have, especially with the female. I agree with you on that. But to almost say to settle or to, you know, overlook, or I just, we're going to have to delve into that in more shows, bro. Do you know what I mean? And have more voices on that, you know. But I do believe that we should do that.
Saying that, so maybe we'll take it next week. I'll try to find a thing, because we've now hit the 2 a.m. mark. So
yeah.
Look at 4 hours. Once again, we've gone from a 2-hour show to a 4-hour show. Seems it happens quite a lot nowadays, which is good because it's important. And we have to thank Empress Kushti and Brother Kel, and we will bring this up next week. I think we're about the communication effort and what should and shouldn't be said, this kind of stuff. But family, any last words as we sign off? Because it has been like a cricket match at the moment, which is good.
Yeah, brother, we should continue this. Sorry, sister. Go on, sister.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was saying that we should continue this next week, God willing, because it is it needs to be on pat, brother. Politically, scientifically, it needs to be on pat, because you know it's reality. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, family.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, it was a good show, and yeah, I'm looking forward to unpacking it again next week.
We'll do. Well, I'll set up the thing for next week. Thank you, family. Until then, Black Batman, everyone. Please remember to follow Instagram, Black Batman Building. Very important. And also like the show before you go if you listen to the video. But until then, next week, Black Batman. Thanks for everyone who joined in. See you next week. All right.